members, one of which includes your girlfriend.
Oof.
Which she probably
Did
thinks
I
is
say-
hilarious. Yeah, so, I mean, I didn't say it was a bad thing in that instance. I'm
Did you
just saying
laugh?
that was...
I heard you laugh.
I laughed at music's face.
Oh, good. All right. Yeah. Okay.
His
That's kind of harsh.
reaction.
Fair.
And now that's
Fair.
also on stream, I
No,
guess.
that's fair.
Congratulations, Charlotte.
Yeah, so, hey, look, everybody, we're live with these people today.
No regrets.
I'm sorry if we're this group
These
today.
people.
Several
Can't help that
regrets.
it's a Tuesday.
Well, the difference is that the energy varies. Like, Wednesday, they're constantly like this. But I expect it from them all.
What about Friday? I'm more chill.
No, yeah, Friday are a bunch of young old people. It's at the end of the work week, and they're just like, ugh. So they got enough energy to be present, and that's about it.
That's a mood.
I'm
That's just a mood
exhausted.
sometimes with life.
Welcome to being an adult.
I'm at the point in
No.
the semester where we would have had spring break, except we're not doing that because due to COVID, my university's decided this semester is going to be a marathon.
Really?
And with
Damn.
yeah, no holidays. We didn't get Labor Day off. We don't get spring break. They want to minimize people being able to come and go from campus to transmit COVID.
I
mean,
I could
reasonable.
understand that.
But it really sucks a lot.
Yeah.
And
America.
I'm all online this semester, so I don't even leave my apartment.
You fall
barely
into
at
my
all.
trap.
Except for when you walk your doggo every day,
Exactly. We're going to
multiple
work.
times a day.
Yes.
Work.
Without dogs, we would not live.
No.
What
in
about your
some way.
kitty?
He's fine.
Yeah, the cat will keep
love
living.
He does his thing.
He's fine. I love him. He's around here, so he's under the chair.
I guess
back
your
there.
cat's not a good enough reason to live.
Wow.
I did not
Well-
say that.
Well, the
Do
Do
difference
not
is,
put
though,
words
It
in
is a
my
good enough
mouth.
reason to
the
eat,
dog
though.
is dependent, whereas the cat is not.
Yeah.
Anyway.
cat?
Anyway.
Hey.
Anyway. Why didn't someone tell me what happened last time we were together?
Okay. So, Gwen pleads to powers beyond her to try to revive Nikolai. She gets her answer in the form of a wolf howl from probably her lineage's beasts, who pretty much commands her to chomp down Nikolai, release, in order to turn into a lichen and heal his grave wounds. Which actually works, except as Gwen and Edelweiss notice, it doesn't look quite right. He has pale bluish skin and pale bluish skin, and it's kind of cold to the touch. And with a little more prodding, Nikolai tells the group that the being of the orb, Frix, is kind of saved his soul. And they're also the ex-title bearer who had command, or his tenant was the moon. I really don't know how to say that. Edelweiss freaks out, recognizing the being once known as the Watcher, and Frix offers, hey, let me take over you, Nikolai, for a bit so I can answer some questions. Most importantly, that A, they think that they were killed to consult for other title bearers to consolidate their powers, and B, they're more interested in living than taking back the moon, even if it's kind of unoccupied. They don't know that. Well, they now know that. Anyways, Gwen takes Nikolai out for a little chat as Skyla escapes. I might have flipped some order things around. Group heads back together, discusses things as Nikolai washes himself up, decide that, Crystal is out of the picture, and guess checking out Dandelight Meteor and visiting Kalina. And before anything else happens, Nikolai does tell Lars that his half-sister, I believe her name is Atreya, has taken over the von Bismarck estate. Which, before he dies again. Good to know. Group heads back. Nikolai uses Frix's power to move the Dandelight Meteor quite far. Before they head back to the fortress to check on Kalina, Kenna decides to try something and tries to break apart the meteor using heat, fails, gets frustrated, decides to hit the meteor directly, and gets kicked off. and then with a little more shenanigans of throwing fireballs that can pelted at everyone else, the group decides to head back to the fortress where they see that it is entirely overgrown as plants. Hopefully that's a good thing.
Not too shabby. Anyone else have anything to add?
Sounds good to me.
yes.
I missed something. God dang it.
No, you didn't forget anything. Just to reiterate that Lars wasn't given a name, so he doesn't know. He only
He
suspects.
assumes.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
assumes. Yeah, that's all.
I don't know if you have any other sisters, but it didn't sound like it, so.
Okay.
I don't know.
In which case, we pick back up as you hike through the wilderness in this particular duchy, returning towards the fort Stenmeyer, where you, in the beginning, spent quite a bit of time. And honestly have not been gone for too long from it. Once you get within the clearing from which it rests, you can very easily notice a great many changes. Most notably, that the trees on the interior courtyard have grown much taller than they were before, having sprouted these vibrant purple leaves. All across the front face of the smooth stone exterior, greenery and vines have completely overtaken the entire fort, along with the huge gap that once existed on the right side is now a wall of greenery and just lush, untouched growth. As if Kalina sealed off the fortress. You were all trudging in, observing this, right as the sun is beginning to set and the light begins to slowly fade. So, what do you do?
Are these the vines? The last thing I heard was there were purpley vines sprouting up around the thing because my internet cut or Discord cut out.
And to clarify, there were purple leaves growing on the trees. The vines are all green.
Cool. All right. Are these plant species that we've already seen, or are they new? The vines, at least.
You're more than welcome to make a nature check.
Okie dokie.
You're a good distance away, so it's not just like...
I smell the vines.
Not anymore, you don't.
Oh, you mean like that? Nature?
Yep.
I do believe my modifier for that is a 6. Hold on, I gotta open up Microsoft Edge. Bear with me, guys.
With the lightning speeds of Microsoft Edge, we'll find out in only a few seconds.
Give me like a year.
Oh.
No, that's a 17 that I rolled plus stuff.
At least a 3.
Yes.
But I can also just check.
That would be nice.
Okay.
I'm almost there. Who can get that
I'm here
faster?
right now. It's a plus 4.
Yes, I lied. 21.
21. Still pretty good. So you get a little closer, you observe them. A lot of the vines that have sort of grown match a lot of what you saw down below in the caverns where the dragon is kept. There are no blooms to match, but the vines are very similar.
Gotcha. Alright. Keep pace steady. Heading that way. Unless anyone else has given us reason to stop.
I say get up there unless get to the point where we're already there unless someone wants to do something before we actually get to the fortress itself. Doesn't sound like it.
Okay. You will approach, I'm assuming, the eastern side of the fortress where you guys have normally come and gone from, which is now overlapped with these thick, like 6-inch diameter vines, just these absolute monster vines, that are overlapped and create more or less a makeshift patch for this part of the fort. Touching them, despite the cooler weather you were in, they are warm to the touch. And even as you sort of push and prod, you find that they're not frozen despite the weather. They don't seem to have much give, however.
Then. I would like to try calling to Kalina.
Okay, what do you say?
I don't have anything specific to say, so, you know, just her name.
Okay.
See if she responds. In some kind.
There is no vocal response, but when you call out her name, it is noticeable that the large, thick vines nearby sort of shiver, and you watch as part of them sort of slither out of the way and create a gap for you to enter into.
Thank you. Suppose we should. See what's going on then.
Indeed.
Walk right in.
Okay. The interior of the fortress is warm. If actually a bit humid. Most of the debris and snow in here is beginning to melt. You're walking through just these small puddles that are beginning to gather on this stone tile floor where you see a bunch of new greenery blooming. In the direction from where you guys normally stayed, where there is the common area, you see that just these very large, rotund bushes have kind of grown along the walls and are slowly beginning to overtake most of what you saw when you were last here. What direction would you like to head in?
So this room is mostly overtaken. There would not be enough space for us to make camp here again.
You could. It's just wet.
Okay. I would
Probably.
I would suggest that we go and investigate the longhouse across the river, see if there's any space for us here. After we make our introductions, of course.
I think
Yeah.
Kalina probably has space somewhere.
Yeah.
He lives here too,
That's-
after all.
I would like to check in on her because this is new.
Indeed.
She's growing in power now that she's been freed.
Yes, it's good. I
Indeed.
wonder what else has happened. You know, if she's remembered anything more. I assume so. This is quite a change. In such a long time.
So, where would you like
Sure.
to
Okay.
head? Or ask your question?
Down to
whatever that-
Kalina then? Yeah.
Lars will just say, she will be glad to see us. She was happy to see us last time. I don't think there's going to be any problem with us settling down in the underground area again. It's where we're mostly safe.
We should also be polite and go see her first, after all. I mean, she responded to her name, so she knows we're
Gwen-
here.
Gwen makes her way down the stairs to the
Yeah.
to the cavern.
I'll stop you before you meander too far. When you begin crossing westward across the common area, you notice that the large door. I grabbed a wall. You notice that the large door. Please disregard moving of walls. That is in the common area is open.
I do not see anything.
Yeah, I made a mistake when I did the dynamic lighting of this room that it's a solid line, so I can't. But it's open.
Oh. This is into the courtyard?
Oh.
Yeah, this is the interior
Oh.
courtyard. Of which you now see, where she had previously grown tall grasses for the horses to graze on. The trees here have sprung back to life with these vibrant purple leaves that are just kind of slowly drifting down all around you. There are just tons of bushes and shrubs and like these sharp-edged blade plants growing all around the edges. And you can see sitting at the base of the large tree, the largest tree down here is Kalina. And in comparison to when you last saw her, she is now closer to Kenna's stature than Gwen's.
Okay, but taller or shorter?
Wow.
Well, she's currently sitting. You don't know, but you can tell she's much larger than she was when you last saw her. So she's tall.
Also looking, I suppose, healthier, more vibrant and tree-like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, much more green. Several more colors in the bands of vines that make up her hair, and just blooms that are just tucked away all in there. You see that the various pieces of hardened bark and leaves that were composing the around the edges of her skin have kind of taken on to more fuller forms that almost mimic pieces of armor, bracers, like a breastplate corset, bark over the thighs and calves. She looks much more like a warrior now than she did before. She looks much more like a warrior now than she ever did.
She protected Viridian and such, and that was her duty, so I suppose that's part of it. Kind of character.
Lars would give like the addies to Porsche for her to run around and greet Kalina if she wants. Lars is kind of got a nice smile as he does that.
Okay.
Has she noticed us?
Yeah, she's sitting at the base of the tree. Literally her long legs outstretched before her arm back against the bark of the tree, and her arms just sort of like held back behind her head, and she's just sort of like lounging.
Is the courtyard still open air?
Yeah, you can look above you, and there's sky.
Okay. No
but
snow on the ground?
There's much more canopy here than there was before. No snow.
Okay.
The interior of the courtyard is quite humid.
And it's warm too.
Yep.
Comparison to how it was in the basement, is it any like a little slightly colder because it's still being overtaken, or is it already like really warm?
It's very similar. It's quite warm. Spending time here in all of your winter clothes, you will begin sweating. That's how warm it is here. When Push makes her approach, Kalina stretches fully, opens her eyes, and almost kind of in time with Push's arrival, will stretch out her arms and just begin giving the canine all of the attention and affection that she would want. Welcome back.
How have you been? You look much better, of course.
Yes. Well, as that could be believed, I've reconnected to the land here, and it has offered me some of its strength, as much as it could afford to.
Quite kind of it. I'm glad to hear. You're also not confined downstairs anymore, which is probably much better.
No, I was... With the growth here in the courtyard, the weather is much more sustainable. I am capable of freely roaming around anywhere in the fort that is warm enough.
Wow, that is quite something.
For now, it is passable.
Do you think they're going to keep pushing outward from here?
Only when the seasons change will that be possible for me.
Mhm.
Will
Granted,
you have to fall?
I do have a greater need and want to do so sooner if I could.
Of course. We have to fall back when winter comes again.
Perhaps. A lot of time can happen between now and that season when it comes again.
Especially with everything that's happening.
Yes.
And for how you quickly grew in power, I see no reason why you'd have to fall back. But speaking of growing in power, how is it underneath the fort in the caverns and tunnels below? How much progress have you made in expanding down there? How much have you been able to see?
She'll just kind of wave a hand to the greenery. The caverns below are like this, except more lush, given the enclosure, the warmth, and the free-flowing water. The plants have had an opportunity to grow without any hindrance. My reaches further down into the cavern are limited. They are halted by the anti-magic and the chains that hold down the dragon. I was only ever supposed to keep watch over it, and nothing more.
I'd like to note, just as a precaution, that we discovered more of the plague and we had found one infecting, or at least sitting upon a water source. Not this one, I don't think. Unless it connects. I'm not good
No.
at gauging such things, but
The spring here comes from deep up within the earth. It has stayed pure so far. Much of the rest of the land around it has not been so fortunate, however.
But you are aware.
More than I was before when you warned me of it, yes. The trees, they speak. And the whispers are not good.
Are they infected as well? We saw creatures being infected, but wasn't quite sure if the plants as in the same way as well. Bit difficult to tell.
The plants, they seem to be able to harbor it, but not sure about infecting in the same way that animals and people are.
Much of the plant life in the area around this fort for now is fine. But many of the plant life that has survived further east is becoming tainted with the infection. And yes, it does not pose a direct threat except for any creatures that may make homes in it, or any creature that may harvest its fruit and then ingest it. Then it will spread. As such, it would be a threat to hunters or anyone in the area that might be making use of it for nourishment.
How quickly is it spreading?
Slowly. But it's doing so deliberately.
Would it be able to infect you? You're living, but you're also still do you think?
If it were able to slowly overtake all of the nature around me before attempting to control me, then perhaps. In my current state, it would be difficult. But yes, I am vulnerable to it as much as you are.
I saw in a vision of the future that it was able to spread through crops that my people harvested. It's most likely in the coming months. I don't think it's spread that far yet, but if it's able to do that, I'm not sure about right now, but do you think you would have a way to expel it from the plant matter?
Perhaps if I could spend enough time with it. But I've not sensed any common crops in the area. My reach must not be able to find them yet. I do know that a large number of the trees surrounding the nearby settlement, however, have been tainted.
Mm-hmm.
Can,
That's worrying.
can you tell from where it came? From what you
With no
heard.
certainty. Just that the largest infection that I can detect is further north.
Does that line up with where we were?
That's
That's where the crystal is in the river, yeah.
Okay.
it tracks with us.
I see.
that is the same as our experience.
We
Hmm.
learned that they're more aware of the situation. So at least there might be more help, but we didn't. We had an encounter and we almost didn't make it. Just yesterday. Today feels so much longer. Just yesterday.
We don't know how much longer we'll be in the area, but we've requested help from some people who are a bit more knowledgeable on the subject than us in regards to the dragon below the fort.
Mm-hmm.
They might know what to do with it.
It's the
Or
same
how-
people we told you about before. The
Yes.
visitors that we may have.
Yes, I recall.
They should be en route, but if you have room for us, I believe we are in need of a place to stay.
Yes. The
This fort is as much as your home as it is mine. Feel free to sleep and stay here for as long as you need,
Thank you.
and partake of
you.
the fruit that is grown here.
Have you spread to the longhouse across the river?
I have not.
Thank you.
no. This would so far not make a bad base of operation. And it would require a little bit of doing up, but food,
This
water.
is Kalina's home right now. But
Yes.
it's nice to know there's a place we can be.
Is there a space you would like us to go to set up camp?
Wherever you find it most comfortable. I do not have a preference.
Much appreciated.
Is this courtyard area wet like it is inside, or
No. Like I said, it's humid, but it is not wet. There is an occasional drip that comes from the overhanging branches from the trees. So think like early morning dew. That's kind of the kind of level of dampness that this area shares.
Gwen,
it'd be
go ahead.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. It would be probably a very nice view at night. By the way, it is night. Oh, that's weird to get used to. Without the cold threatening to freeze you. I think I may sleep out here.
You're welcome to. The boughs will protect you.
I'll bow slightly. Thank you.
Can you see what goes on around the fort fairly well through your senses?
In the areas where the plant life has grown, yes. Anywhere in this main part of the structure, I can sense all living life. Or, I suppose, if it were necessary, the unlife as well.
The vines at the front have me feeling pretty good about keeping everything out that we don't want, so I don't think we would need to set a watch.
No. I also do not need to sleep in the typical way that most of you do. I will be awake for the duration of the day, and therefore, you will be able to sleep soundly.
Thank you.
I just happened That's very much appreciated.
Nice change of pace.
It is something that we will all need
Yes,
after a very trying couple of days.
I'll agree. But about what time is it now, Dyer? It's well after nightfall.
It is. No, I mean the sun has just set. It is only about 4:30.
Well, in that case, there's not a fireplace in the common room anywhere that's open, is there?
This one, way back.
Okay.
It's just toasty already, so.
Yeah, but so yeah, if you stay in the courtyard, it is. You would have a need to strip down for most of your winter clothes to comfortably stay here. Otherwise, all the other rooms, which are still warm, you could still easily light a fire.
Without overheating?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry.
No, you.
Yeah, I'll just. No, you. Gwen will just sort of meander off to go start setting up something. Start a fire, set up camp. She's sort of out of her element in a place that is sort of a house, but not really a house.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay. Well then, you have free reign of the place. I unfortunately cannot face the dynamic lighting without a huge amount of time being dedicated to redrawing lines. So just let me know where you want to be, and I'll move you.
I have a thing, but I'll wait.
Lars would want just a quick conversation with Kalina.
Oh,
As he's like petting.
Okay.
As he's obviously petting, enjoying the pets with Portia, he'll say, "It's nice to see you, Kalina. I just wanted to say is the overall plans that we are going to be doing, so you know where we're going to be if you have need of our help, any information you would like to get to us. We are going to be going to Dyerjacht, and then from there heading towards Harbor."
I am unfamiliar with such a place. What direction does it lie in?
He'll like point in the general direction.
It's quite a ways east.
He'll just say like it's like going towards the ocean towards the east. It's kind of hard to miss once you get there.
Very well.
There's rolling hills and many pathways that lead to Harbor, as it's one of the largest ports and cities in the area. So
the knowledge is valuable to have, but I do not suspect I will be making a trip there anytime soon.
Granted, I just would have liked you to know where we're going to be. That is all.
Worst case scenario, if I do have a dire need to contact you, I can send an animal messenger to deliver a message, and hopefully they would be capable of finding you.
Well, in that case, it's really good to know roughly how long the message will take to get back to you, rather than waiting for such a long time.
That's true.
But yeah, I'm just glad to see you, Kalina. It's been a tough couple of days, and to see a friendly face, and to see who I've grown as well as you have done, it's good.
Yes. I will admit, I am never keen whenever people leave, given my solitary confinement for so long, but I have become much stronger. And it is much easier to speak to the animals and the wildlife around here. What little has remained, at least. And, of course, I'm always pleased to see both you and your wonderful companion here, and she gives, Portia a couple of really good scritches behind the ears and the ruffle of the neck.
Lars will be like, he'll say, he'll like leaning closer and go, I think our friend Gwen wants to go over to the log area. I'll happily leave Porsche with you for now.
Very well. I will always more than happily keep company with such a wonderful companion.
Lars will sort of, he'll stand up, and he'll turn around and say, he'll just nod and just walk away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess it's my turn on the Kalina, unless Owl wants to go first.
Yeah, if you guys have set up a queue, sure. Ticket number 2. Ticket number 2. Your order is ready.
I was hanging around the room. I don't. Wish Kenna was here. I wonder what she's doing. Anyways, I otherwise will go up to Kalina and too much has happened today. If I could request a couple things. It's not, I suppose, a formal request. It's just asking permission, being that you are, well, can see and hear.
Thank you, Porsche.
Thank you, Porsche. Presided over everything here.
Ask away. I am listening.
One of you couldn't tell by my appearance, which I'm decent at hiding it, but I am utterly exhausted, and I probably will take a little bit of time to cry in a corner or something. I understand that, well, I've dealt with plants that are very keen to the emotion there are around and others around, and I have a suspicion you might be sensitive to such things as well.
Me,
The other thing.
not so much as you might expect.
Oh
And
gosh,
most
give me a sec.
of you elevator music.
Anyways, hi.
Hi.
I'm back.
As Kalina was saying. I am not one to be easily affected by others' emotions, and most of the plants that I have grown here in this time are likewise not as susceptible to such things. Plants of that nature are usually very dangerous and difficult to control, since I was, and still am, not as strong as I once was. I have dare not cultivated any such plants.
Yes, some of them are kind, and I've met some that are rather frightening. The other thing I wanted to ask, if I could, I suppose, play some music for a bit. It's another way to... It will also be rather tinged in sadness, but... Well, it seems that you'll be fine, so... Perhaps you will... Or they... You will all enjoy it. Unless I'm really not up to it, which... I'll have to see.
All of these things are fine, and in regards to any future things such as this, you do not need my permission. While I do reside over this area, you do also need to remember this place is my prison. I have as much control here as I do the ability to leave it.
Indeed. Thank you.
Of course.
I'll catch up to that later, I suppose.
Sure.
I'll let you guys do the things now.
Alright, ticket number 3. Ticket number 3. No, no.
Is that Gwen? Is that I think that's Gwen.
Was it Gwen? I thought Gwen
But
was
do
going
you
exploring.
Do you need? Oh,
I don't have anything.
That's what I
Oh,
thought.
I
I'm
thought
over
you
in
meant,
the
like, you want to
longhouse making
explore stuff.
tea. I know I'm over in the
Okay.
longhouse making tea. I'm fine.
I'm just gonna throw you and
Okay.
Modahain in the longhouse, and we'll narratively get you there in a second.
Nikolai will after having a talk with Kalina, will try and catch up to Gwen wherever she is real fast. By the way, maybe before we go to sleep for the night, you can can't seem to find the word, both him and me. I, for lack of a better term, jumpstart me with the whole
Oh,
thing.
yeah. Listen, my shoulder's not doing too well with the cold, so why don't you just come have a seat and we'll talk here in a minute? Unless you've got
Okay.
other things to get
Yeah.
into.
No, not right now. Honestly, definitely not right now. Anything I need to do is not here. So, I'll put
Fair
time
enough.
on it.
And she'll just fall and step beside him and over to the longhouse, put on the kettle.
All right. You make your way over to the longhouse, observing again the large amount of overgrowth that's occurred within the fortress. So much so that anything that was once anything that's natural wood, including the furniture, the crates, the old weapon racks here, they've all started sprouting new leaves and twigs, and it began growing all on their own.
Oh, that's cool.
When you reach the doors to the longhouse, they are wrapped shut with vines, and the kind of at your arrival, when you just sort of like shake the door, they'll unravel themselves and allow you through. Much to Kalina's word, when you make it outside through those doors and see the snow-covered bridge leading over to the longhouse, you see that it is completely in the same disheveled state it was the last time you visited. Which is to say, completely untouched by the green thumb of Kalina. Shove all three of you over here, I guess.
Yeah, just shove us all over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over here, making some tea. The dog people. Woo!
Oh, that's what we
Yeah.
are, aren't we?
Oh my god.
You're
I hate how
all
that works for
dog
all three of us.
Deal with
Wolfpack
it.
only.
God damn it. I love it. Alright. So, are we doing this? Does anyone have anything else to add? Okay, so, what do you want to know?
I mean, right now, the best way to stop it from taking over.
Well, to stop it from taking over, you would want to find a cure. Of which several exist. Stop me if I'm wrong, because she would actually know this, but Owl does not. In your state right now, they're expensive, but not too terribly difficult to undergo. When you get to my own position, they start to get to be sort of dicey. Procedures can be demanding, ingredients can be extremely rare, hard to come by. It's sort of one of those things that just gets better with age. Right now, Right now, you're going to notice a lot more anger than perhaps you're used to. You might, get headaches. Things are going to be sharper, and you might find yourself set off at the smallest inconvenience. It's a lot of.
Wow. That it's actually not unlike me in the past.
Which it's worth noting, Nikolai. It's funny. She's describing these things to you, and somewhere deep below, as if under like just an icy cold river, you know everything she's telling you is true, but something is suppressing all of those emotions. That sharp anger you're expecting, it's being drowned out by something else currently.
Huh.
Of course, I don't know how your. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Of course, I don't know how your little hitchhiker is going to take to any of these instincts, so that might change it. Dire, about how long does it take for the curse to set in to a point that he would be able to transform?
So the variance is, it's one of two directions. It's either if he embraces the curse, he could do it immediately. If he stays fighting the curse, he can never willingly choose to do it. And so that one's entirely up to Nikolai. But the more he fights it, the less of the abilities that are keeping him alive are going to keep functioning. Which is also to say, we don't exactly know what the strain is like either, given that this is from the progenitor of this particular curse, and not just a casual lichen to lichen, passing along.
The progenitor is an.
The biggest, baddest wolf. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, I got the good stuff.
Does Gwen know that? Would Gwen know that?
I think you've got an idea, Gwen. Yeah. You were more or less acting instead of when that request was brought down from on high. So yeah. That's why despite the fact Nikolai rolled an 18 on his con save, he still failed.
Yeah.
Because the DC he had to beat was much higher.
No. I've met others who fight it and spend their whole lives fighting it, and they never transform once. And aside from the aggression, so long as they keep to themselves and keep out of trouble, they're generally able to lead normal lives. But mine, or ours, isn't any normal lineage.
Oh.
No. What's the name of the beast? The wolf?
Raoul.
You familiar with the beast?
Am I?
Religion check. We about to find out.
Religion check. Ooh, yay.
What do you know about gods? Let's find out.
What do you know about God?
You're not overly familiar with them. They are absolutely in the pantheon. So you know they exist. You don't know a whole deep, dive of their lore, because their worship is pretty unusual, if pretty much anywhere. You more know them for the reason that most average kingdom people would know them for, which is the beasts are plague bearers. When they appear on this plane, from their home plane, which is a plane of pestilence, they usually drag with them whatever the new hot plague for that particular century is that will, cause terrible, crippling death or devastation to various civilizations for a time. That's what they're more known for. That's kind of what you know about them. You don't really know a whole lot else about their mythos.
Okay. I'm not too familiar. All I know is that they generally cause a lot of problems, a lot of sickness.
Yep.
It would been when being schooled for leadership, got to know about sickness and illness, how it interacts. So
Yeah.
That's fucked up. But that's it.
So there's 6 of them, or maybe, I think. I don't know. I only ever knew one. I only ever knew the wolf. His name is Raoul. And my strain came straight from him. The people who turned, well, if you could call them people, who turned me, their curse originated from their devotion to him. So you might find, once again, that yours is a little bit harder to fight. Again, you have an entire title bearer of some origin or another helping you, or at least trying to survive in another mortal's body, so that might put some brakes on it, but they wanted you. They're not generally the giving type. They like to take, they like to hunt. Very rarely do they do this sort of thing. They wanted you for a reason, so you can expect them to come calling. I've infected others. I've never resurrected others. So, a lot of this is going to be found out as we go along. And I'm sorry for that.
No, I mean, I can't expect too much. There's not many folk tales about someone dying from a mysterious orb and then their body being restitched together by a werewolf curse and their soul being put back in by a deity. You know, you don't hear much of that. It's not a very famous genre.
No, it's very specific. You're also going to start craving a lot of red meat or raw meat. That's normal.
Oh, okay.
Good steak sounds really nice right now.
Hmm.
And when it's warm, it's better.
Maybe
But-
a little stewed rabbit.
Mm.
I mean, you know what? Just toss out the stew. Just the rabbit.
Just the rabbit.
Just the
You ever
rabbit.
notice how ever know how good looking? Ever notice how good looking a cow looks? Just to eat, just a cow. Anyway, it sounded different in my head. Anyway, I can only tell you what I know. I can tell you it's been a bitch of a thing to keep up with all this time, and it will continue to do so. But I know you can fight it. That's an option. And I'll be here to help you through it.
It's good to know. I am worried though, from how friend talked about it. I'm unsure if I can get rid of it right now and still be fine. It was the 2 actions that let me come back. Them with my soul and you with my body. I don't know. I may have to live with this for a while.
I'd say until you get the rosy tint in your skin back, you're pretty stuck with it. But like I said, there's usually a cure. Usually. So, when the time comes that you can be free of both of them, we'll find a way to get you there.
Just so you're fully informed, Owl, the most common way to cure lycanthropy is to have the blood of the lichen that turned you, and then mixing it with a poultice of wolfsbane, and then using that as the component for the remove curse spell. It is the most successful variant for removing lycanthropy. But it becomes more difficult to remove if the individual in question has embraced the curse. DCs will vary.
Yes. So long as you don't embrace it, or at least fight it as much as you can, we should be able to get it off you eventually.
Which I will try. Because Bob kind of had a good speech about, being able to still do good work even though I can't be out in the open. I personally would rather not be alike, and I already have a lot of things affecting my emotions and mind. I would rather not another one.
Understandable. But if it comes to a point that we can't, there are ways to live with it. There are spirits, creatures that will help you live with it. For the right price, but generally it's nominal compared to the comfort that they offer. Not what I'm doing right now, but I know others.
I guess it's good to know.
Yeah.
In the meantime, do you think Kalina could grow anything that would, if not massively reduce it, to help me sustain a level of it?
I have a recipe that you might be able to take interest in. It will prevent you from transforming. Up to a point.
Okay.
But it's not easy going down, but it should do you.
Okay.
Um,
Whether I want to or not, it'd probably be smarter if I don't ingest anything like that for probably a day. Let my body realize it's my body.
fair enough. I'll see if she can get the ingredients together. I'm not sure I have them. No, wait. I had my herbalism kit replenished last time we were in town. I should have the ingredients.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
You
Raccoon hasn't
explicitly made sure.
Yes, the raccoon hasn't gotten to me again just yet.
Mhm.
So.
But you're back.
Not yet.
You still could.
Hush.
Kalina is actually working with the raccoon, the little rabbit, or little raccoon hole somewhere in the fortress. I mean, another.
He's coming. He's living inside the fort.
He could be. It's very hospitable right now.
By the way,
Is-
Gwen.
Hmm.
Thank you for what it's worth.
Don't. I remember every person I ever did this to, whether I want to or not. All of them taste different. And I remember every one of them. I don't know where any of them are now, but I know that what I did to them, they would never and should never forgive me for. And neither should you.
Forgiveness is its own thing, but I can recognize that even though I will deal with the problems later, I'm here. So,
Just don't go dying again. I'm not sure how many of these rabbits I can pull out of this hat. So, sit down,
yeah.
have a cup of tea. Get yourself warm. We've had a long day. Has Lars been here the whole time?
Nope, he wandered off some time ago.
Okay.
As he mentioned narratively in the chat.
Yep.
Speaking of which, good hearty welcome back to Kyle, who's finally settled in. Short recap of everything that's happened. Just so you're completely caught up, was arrival back at the fortress, observed a lot of, new growth, thick vines, unusual plants. Kalina has once again grown. She is closer to Kenna's stature, although nowhere near as bulky as Kenna. But in terms of height, she is now challenging Kenna. There were a couple of conversations between a couple of individuals. But the long and short of it is that Kalina has confirmed that the blood crystal infection is spreading through plants as well. Primarily in and around the nearby settlement or the logging town that just seems to love not being able to catch any breaks. And then everyone kind of sort of split off and has been doing their own thing. So, what is Ken up?
Let's see. She would have just kind of been silently around during the initial find and listening. I did catch most of that through phone. Can you not do that to my dice, sir? So getting back to the fort, its sunset has happened or began?
It is mostly set by this particular juncture. It was setting on your approach.
Okay. Before everybody wandered off to the longhouse, so just a little bit of retroactive. As people were wandering away, Kenna would have pulled Nikolai to the side and just been like, just so somebody knows and I don't wander off alone, or without you knowing, I'm going a little north. I have some meditation that I have to do, and I want alone time. And then Kenna would have headed off. What?
He'll just ask, is there anything more specific besides north? Does anyone know besides me? Or should I tell them?
Gwen knows where I'll be. And then I leave. I'm going to the Druid Circle.
I suspected as much. Okay, so Kenna's going to go do some hiking for about an hour.
Yeah.
Let's go and tie up everyone else in some neat little bows real quick before we spend some time on that. Mordaheim, anything of interest or self-reflection you would like to do?
No, Lars would go down into where he knows there's that like lake of water and check it out. While he is down there, he will clean himself. He will just take off his clothes, go in, wash himself, and he'll use the dagger to trim his beard because he would have puffed out like I have after about a week and a half. And he's just because he wants to be militaristic, but he hasn't got any proper shaving equipment on him. He's literally just
using a sharp knife.
Using a sharp knife. But while he's also down there, while he's chilling down there, I will also attune to the necklace I think I've got.
The golden chain that gives you bless. Yes.
Yeah.
That's I know one of you guys. I know one of you guys has the copy paste of that somewhere.
Yeah, but and basically just Lars is having his own me time.
Okay.
He's gathering he's cleaning up, gathering his thoughts, and having his own.
And just for your knowledge, I did drag I dragged everyone over here, but only you can see because you're the only one with the token on the map. Lars, as to what the underground looks like now.
Yeah.
It is very green and lush, and there are new trees that have sprouted up in places that there weren't any before. And there's almost no stone left. Everything is just covered in new growth, including that large, fortified bunker on the one side with the intricate locked door, which is just now completely covered in ivy and vines. But it is warmer down here, much warmer than it was above. A balmy 35 degrees Celsius.
Nice.
Yeah.
Get my sweat on.
Oh yeah. Clean out those pores. And there are just all kinds of plants that are growing here, all kinds of shapes and colors and sizes. It's weirdly comfortable in a place where you have in the last couple of days where everything's been sort of tumultuous. It's actually kind of nice to sort of come down here and have a moment of peace.
That's all.
Oop.
That is all.
Next up, Edelweiss.
Sorry, quickly grabbing something since.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, with Kalina's permission, they're pretty much absolutely spent as much as they've actually tried to hide it, but they're gonna play a few songs.
Mm-hmm.
Should I have a big description, but should I roll anyways?
Yes.
I'm ready to use inspiration points for this if I get shitty numbers. Oops, that's the word. That's a something.
That's not a great number. It could be better. That's an improvement. About average.
I can use it multiple times, right? Yeah.
Yeah, if you really want to.
I do. That's
There you go.
fine. That's a 20. That's still not the best. But it's a 20 and it's not a 3 or 7. Gosh, that was... Okay. I gotta... Give me a sec to remember this. I do have notes. But... Well, the first couple for me is... they play like a few songs, maybe like 3. Really not very long. First they tried to play something that... I guess just... something pretty, something beautiful, something that's easy for them to play and just to get into it, like a little warm up, something that they don't have to think too much about, considering they just. Then they start going to a more sorrowful tune, and I guess the most noticeable one. I swear I had bigger descriptions for those, but don't. Not getting them right now. Okay, first of all, Hargy, don't at me of how music works or not. There's probably a description I can make of this concept that actually works, makes sense. I swear. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna use the original description I had written. Thank you. They're going to play this. It's kind of a duet. It was written a long time ago, but not like an awful long time ago, just a while ago, by an elven bard. If you allow me to make up names, Almeida Velixian.
Like I do for you guys, I'd like for you to type that out for me at some point, but yes, that's fine.
I will type it up.
Improvisation is part of the game.
It's known as one of her masterpieces. Musicians of the Primal Wilds tend to know the song because it's awfully steeped in emotion. Although the person, she themselves from the home plane, therefore there's plenty of other people who know about her music and that particular song. It's kind of a duet. She composed it, and it can also kind of work as a solo with the main instruments. Alone, it is it sounds complete yet incomplete, sorrowful, just very just wanting this lost hope and sadness. If you add the second instrument, it actually turns to a more not happy, but a more not happy or upbeat, but just a little more a tinge of joy and subdued joy, I would say. But Edois is only one person, so they get the solo part.
Mm-hmm.
A really important part of this specific song is that there'll be plenty of times where it's only going to be the solo. Not always going to have another instrument accompanying. The composer herself, the bard, the traveling bard, she had written it during the end of her travels. She had experienced much loss, including the loss of a dear companion of hers that she dedicated the song to. She has played the song before, however, she never actually lived to hear the song as a duet. She had composed it, she had played it in her head, but she never decided never to listen to it. Because, well, if it's dedicated to someone who is dead, she didn't want to have that feeling of joy when she remembered her as she played. And, well, that person no longer exists, so she can no longer play with that person. In addition, that person actually never knew how to play instruments. It's just this, I suppose, fantasy. Not that she would have wanted her to play, just that she was the perfect partner. Plenty of people have played it in part to study it and such, but if you truly want to make a performance, if you want to do the duet, you have to find someone you have a connection to. When Edelweiss plays it, they're tuning into that kind of loneliness. They're not especially a person who's terribly lonely, but that's when they're at home. This is quite far away. And this idea of this time long past after what happened earlier in the day, this just wanting something back, but it's gone. Loneliness, this pain they feel, which perhaps isn't, it's their own feelings, but well, that's kind of part of the thing. And they just want something to hear them. It turns out that this, unlike what they're kind of used to, the plants here have like less of connection to emotions, but they know that they listen, and they want to play something that someone will listen to if they can't express those emotions properly themselves. And maybe, maybe they really are hoping for someone to be there, but they know it won't happen. And that's what they feel when they play this.
Right. How long does Edelweiss play for? Just a rough estimate.
Song's not awfully long. I would say the song's only like a few minutes. They play maybe less than 30 minutes, I would say.
Okay.
That's for a short bit. I mean, that's still quite a bit, but let's put it down to like less than 20.
Just so we know, what is Edelweiss going to do after the music is finished?
They probably would just kind of abruptly just kind of collapse or just sit down because they're awfully exhausted and perhaps cry to themselves a bit. Okay. Probably get out of sight of Colina or just find somewhere they can quickly just relieve that emotion because they're still really tired. Mm-hmm. Probably lie down and rest for a bit since seriously panic attacks are extremely exhausting and they've pretty much tried to hold it in and continue doing what everyone else is doing, which is traveling. So they really spent.
Then feel free to tootle around the map until you find a location where you think Edelweiss will pass out.
Will do, Chief. I'll do that. Well, I guess Hargy does his thing because I'm gonna get my laptop.
Nope, because we were about to go to break.
Oh.
And then we were going to come back and see what Kenna's doing at the Druid.
Hey, yeah.
Kenna's magical adventures.
All right. That being said, yeah. Except we're gonna go take a quick break, about a 5-minute break, so you can go bathroom, drinks, snacks, leg stretch, whatever you need to do. Play with the dog.
Booting up this damn computer.
Yes.
So be back around basically at 30 past, pretty much good clean around 30, and we'll be right back.
Okay, Chief. I also thought of a long ass description for a song. Don't at me. Especially you, Hargy. Great. I have to get the router password because I've actually never connected to the internet using this laptop. Hey everyone, how's it been?
Oof. Good.
I'll put the name in a sec. I definitely actually messed up pronunciation out of me just suddenly like being on the spot. So I have to change the name. Actually, I think it looks fine. Fine. It's fine. Hey, Dyer.
Hello. Man, I'm slow.
Getting Wi-Fi password.
Better not say that out loud.
1 minute. 1 minute late.
No one lives near me. It's just the damn router. I'd be shocked if you lived nearby.
I don't have to live nearby to access your router. What? Hacker man. But also low-key. Seriously, those things, you don't share those things. Hackers can do scary things with very little information.
It's a... I was just
This
getting
stream is sponsored by NordVPN.
Maybe one.
Stop trying to update Discord. There's no internet connected.
Surfshark is cheaper than the other ones.
Don't you give them free advertising? We
Yeah,
charge
seriously.
for that.
You're damn right we do. Advertising is how pretty much every business makes money nowadays.
What? You like a dinner plate?
Dinner
Remember,
plate.
kids,
God,
if it's
So,
free,
like-
you're the product.
Dinner
no
plate.
signal in this room?
It's a cookie.
Nice.
Dinner plate proportions.
Wi-Fi network. Your password. Yes. Okay, Discord. You're gonna get connected to the internet a little bit. You can update soon.
And soon it'll download 1 million updates.
Yep. Actually,
Soon
yeah.
we'll
I haven't
be
used
able
the
to
laptop
play
in
again.
like a year.
Just
I'm-
waiting
I'm
on
fine.
nerds.
I'm on my the iPad, which already has Discord, sir. I'm literally right here.
No, that doesn't sound right. That's not how the internet works.
Request for Edelweiss's picture to have the Moonrise campaign thing on it.
What? I don't have it. I thought I would have sworn it was there.
I think our DM is timed out. He is, unless he. Oh no! You just really still.
Yeah.
No, he was
Get out of me.
perfectly stationary. Whoa.
What just happened, huh?
Y'all remember the mannequin challenge?
Wow.
CJ would have been
That's-
really good at it.
That's
really
really
close.
good. Jesus.
It'd be even better if it actually happened this time.
Is everywhere inside warm?
Mm-hmm. Except in the
I guess-
longhouse.
Yeah, I said inside.
The longhouse is inside. It's just you have to go outside first.
It's not inside the fortress.
Yeah, it's. I mean, okay, we're splitting hairs. Semantics. It's part of the fortress, but yeah.
I guess I'll head downstairs after giving Helena a bow. I don't think she said anything. 'Cause I did
Nope.
play nearby her. So, I think I'll just head downstairs, not realizing Glarius is there.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a good place to.
Which you
nestle
see
on.
in all of his glory with your dark vision.
And he says-
It's right as he emerges from the stream doing the. with the long hair that's not held back
I
at all.
can finally see more lines. I will get kicked out if I say anything else.
Yeah, you will get kicked out if you say it,
it.
but you're allowed to have your headcanon, and you can keep it to yourself.
I just want you to know that I caused the creation of a very horrible thing in this place.
I know for a fact I'm getting a private message later. Right, let's carry on.
Hello?
Wow. All right. I guess we're back. Today's the day. All right. I'm gonna go to my my responsible player, Kyle, with Kenna, who has been spending some time out in the wilderness hiking to the Druid Circle. That's what you guys get.
Fine.
When I can trust you not to strike me or get content strikes against me, then maybe you can be responsible.
I didn't make the joke entirely. Gosh. Unless it was music, because I couldn't hear shit. Did music say the
Kyle's
thing?
and Kenna hiking. You make it to the Druid Circle after about 45 minutes. You've made this trek a lot. You know the terrain well now. It's very easy for you to get to. By the time you've reached there, the sun is set completely. The night is colder than the afternoon, but still nothing that you're not used to. What are you doing here?
You better not. I swear to God.
Besides
Sorry.
threatening people.
I'm back for like an hour and my cat's already trying to destroy my fucking computer. Anyways. So yeah, Kenna would have hey buddy. Would have walked up and would have on first approach would pay attention to how all of the wildlife had been up into towards the location.
Mhm.
As far as ambient noises, coloration, if there were plants above snow or not, paying attention to snow melt, and then when she got there, would want to see is just paying attention to the trees that she had burned, or the tree that she had burned down or had cut and then burned down into an ash pile in the center, to see what the outcome for about a week's worth of time missing, 5 days or so.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, just to see what it what it's like.
Yeah, for all that earlier information, make me a perception check. Let's see what you noticed during your hike.
Natural 18. I think I have a +4, so 22.
22. That's pretty good. I mean, you're keeping an eye out for everything. It's winter, so not a whole lot of greenery is really sticking out to you. The little pieces of growth you notice here or there, nothing about them seems abnormal.
Okay.
Trees seem normal. You do notice a severe lack of wildlife in the air. Only occasionally seeing a couple of birds here or there that are sticking to very high branches and then kind of just eventually fluttering away.
Knowing the distance and direction I travel, I can already assume that it has to do with what I've previously put together.
Would be a fair assumption to make.
Well, now, I heard the slight conversation about she knows that the plants are not necessarily diseased, as in the plant life themselves are not rotting and falling, but
not in the immediate vicinity.
Yeah, but that it's could be carried through like the fruit and leaves and roots.
Yep. Anything that can be naturally produced from plant life can carry it.
Yeah.
But it won't morph it.
Yeah.
Like what it does to living flesh.
There's no is there any sign of that amongst the trees or shrubs in this area, like within the circle, not like the whole area, but like at the circle?
The circle looks like it always has since you've discovered it, with the exception of the singular tree that has now been felled and burned.
Yes.
Everything else seems healthy, surviving the winter well. And the only other thing that is different is that amongst the ashes you've started to notice some small little sprouts that are growing in the ash.
promising. Okay.
Other than that, nothing else that's unusual.
Well, she would, drop her bag. She had set up a camp spot as far as cleared a lot of snow. Given that there had been, coming and going snowstorms or periods of sunlight, she will just kind of re-establish where that was. Not that it would have been disappeared totally, but just re-established that and put her stuff down, her bag. And she's going to take Pyrebrand, as well as let me pull my inventory list up because I do have something that she will be with her. As well as the all remaining at the moment uses of the lichen moss that she has, which would be 4. Oh, sorry. No. I didn't use that yet. Yes, I did. I sure did. Okay. Which would be 4. And she will sit cross-legged with Pyrebrand and the lichen moss. And she's actually going to sit with the Pyrebrand's axe head. I wish I could draw this out. Ooh, could I draw it on a roll 20?
You would like a screen? I can give you one.
Yeah, just give me something blank. It's kind of really ritualistic looking. So first we have me. That's a line that I just drew coming out of me. That I don't want. Nice, Ravi. And so she would sit with Pyrebrand with the axe head like at her, kind of where when you sit cross-legged, your shins cross, like right in front. His handle would be going out towards this way. And then she would take the lichen moss and actually pile it together on the axe head. So the axe head would be flat, laying flat like a table or a plate or whatever. And she would go into meditation. And this, the action sequence I will describe is actually going to be hours. Like, she will be, if not all night out here, she will be out here. Like,
Okay.
She has no intention of going back to the fort within the night.
Duly noted.
And she kind of has the lichen moss set, or following if you look at the camera, like following the curve of the blade. So she's got 4 little patches, and so she sets 1, 2, 3, and 4 that follows the curve in front of her. And she will take Produce Flame in her hand, control flames to be the itty bittiest little matchstick almost, and kind of just hold it to the corner of the lichen moss. And generally, if moss is damp or humid or has any kind of like wicking feature, it burns slowly. So she's gonna hold it to that, and then go into meditation. She's using it as like an essence, like an incense almost.
Okay.
Knowing the properties it has in potions or the wrap that she made, that kind of stuff, just knowing that it has properties, she's going to use it as an incense base. And then she'll go into meditate. And throughout this meditation process, she is recalling her past, the last 3 years that she spent away from her clan, wandering Titan's Range. Still never have making it to Titan's Peak, which is one of the harder probably journeys on this continent with the altitude that reaches. And for those who don't know, We didn't put a set number on it, but the thought of altitude for Titan's Peak is like maybe shy of 40,000 feet. Like it's massive. It's beyond Earthly's, you know, what any mountain we have on this planet is. And but mid-range, she's traveled. You know, she's been 20,000 feet. Usually sticks around 14 or so, 10, down into the tree line at 11, 8, 9. Just roaming. The encounters that she's had, the beast that she's had to slain or protect, the weary group of travelers that she had an interesting night with. And it all comes back to why she had to leave the clan. My roommate's about to walk in, so if I have to go mute, that's why.
Mm-hmm.
And it comes down to a single train of thought, which is balance. Okay. So I haven't been home for 3.5 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And she just about maybe an hour or so of just thoughts and reviewing those images, having to fight a Parrington, you know, masking animals from hunters, as sparse as they were. And it comes down to balance. That she realized that she was supposed to instill balance, and that it has been hard to keep herself on that track. But this tie that she has to this deity of hers is focused partly on that, and the anger that fuels her in this area, which has caused in the past to make rash decisions about corruption, not within, you know, a human's corrupt standards, but within disease. And this crystal with the elk spirit and the bear that they fought, and seeing that the wildlife has been reduced. And not only has the wildlife been consumed, but also imprisoned without a chance to rest in peace, knowing that those abominations that they have faced has the skeletons of those creatures within them, noticing the elk bones and the monstrosity as it shot them at her. And hard, you know, it's hard for her. And so she knows of a being that she's had a conversation with that is supposed to protect this area. Dyer, I would like to use my D100 on an enhanced version of locate animal.
Okay.
This, in a similar sense that I used it to talk to Tala, as brief as it was.
Mm-hmm.
I'm tapping in to the knowledge and history that I learned from Tala, and I'm trying to find Calabash.
All right. I'll allow it. Let's see if Kenna's dice continue to like Kenna.
God, I'm sweating.
Welcome back. No pressure. I can never tell with Kyle's reactions.
3 zeros.
Really?
No.
Yeah.
You definitely
Wow.
left
Wow.
high.
3 zeros.
Wow.
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 Yeah. Wow.
That's what, 2 100s in a row now?
You guys have like between my other two, between you and Wednesday, you guys have like tripled the number of 100s I've seen.
It's on the red, that red see-through dice too. It's not even on the like marble dice as well.
Mm.
Welcome to the Mile High Club.
Quadruple. Anyway. Ooh, okay. Kenna, your ritualistic preparations and the commencement of the ritual therein, time outside the druid's circle tends to move and feel different than it does inside. With the head of Pyrebrand in your lap, the lichen moss slowly burning away at the edge inward, you close your eyes, and as all of these thoughts race across the forefront of your mind, there is a resonance within the planet itself that you sense. And as your mind reaches for the name Calabash, there is a moment where your consciousness races along miles upon miles of roots buried deep beneath the earth, until eventually you find yourself surface back into fading light, where you see a roughly 6 foot tall, bronze-skinned, dark black hair, pointed ears of a wood elf that is completely nude, standing in what is a relatively well put together lean-to. And you can see that there's quite a bit of personalization surrounding the area, including a small walkway that's been, sort of affixed into the dirt leading up to it. You can see there are animal carcasses strung up in the trees, drying. And you see this wood elf just sort of diligently tending to camp, as it were. But there is a moment where he turns, and you just see the bright yellow eyes of the lichen that you stared down before. And it is in a moment of unusual awareness that you know you both are looking into each other's eyes. And the wood elf just very visibly frowns. I thought we came to an agreement. Why have you sought me out?
Because I was rash and quick to act, and I need you.
I don't need you.
No, but your place needs you.
It's not my place. There's a curse. Prison. Would rather see it burn to the ground. At least maybe then I can be free.
I thought about doing that very same thing here. And I'm not against it. And I'm sure you've seen the crystals.
Is why I was heading south.
I am not capable of destroying that one. But I know your nature. And if you want this all to burn to be free, I still planned on doing that. But my fire alone will not get rid of that crystal. I spoke to Tala. If you remember her.
Yes, my past selves do.
I am not usually one to plea nor beg. But if you could protect this place so that I can make it right again. I would just like to be able to do what I'm supposed to.
Are you another child trapped yet within another destiny that you did not choose? Are you like me?
I don't know if I would say trapped. And I don't know what my destiny fully is, but I definitely did not choose it.
But have you embraced it?
I fight with myself sometimes on it. But I want to.
Therein lies the difference between you and me. I don't want to. I never chose this for myself. I'm shackled to it. Hope the destruction of the land will set me free. You don't need my help. Enough time. All of civilization that's nearby will come marching into the woods to try to deal with the problem.
But that's what I want to avoid. I don't want civilization. That's why I struggle. My calling is to make a balance within nature, which would be to destroy it. I have done that once, and it felt great. But I know it was two-sided. I would much rather set this fire without taking the civilization near it with it.
And what is in it for me? I have no honor, and I feel no duty to do this. Why would I bother to get involved and risk my own life? Your ideals are not my ideals. Your wants are not my wants. Already
Not
made my
directly.
choice. Why would they change?
Don't mind me, shirtless, clapping in. Sorry. At least he had his socks on. Twitch, do you hear that? At least he had his socks on. She will reply, "We don't have the same morals or values. But there is something that we agree on, which is I too also want to help you be free. I don't have that power or insight at this moment. But the value I do have is that no one should feel caged. Nothing should feel caged. That is not what we were born to do.
You hail from one of the clans. Am I correct?
Tuanathon.
And perhaps when you have a chance to speak to your keeper, to ask them why the clans shackled the wildling and attached it to a lineage of souls. This being that inhabits me doesn't choose to be attached to me, or any of the ones before it. Your kind attached chains to us. Why we are stuck here. While we had a duty that some died over. The wildling wants nothing more than to be free. And it is served faithfully under the pretenses that if it had done so, the druids of this area would free it again. Yet here I am.
And here I am, not inside my clan.
Then what use are you to me?
Because I can go back, and when I do go back, I plan on changing it. I can't promise to free you, but I would love to. Just like anybody else I meet. Any other creature I meet, any other animal, being of this plane or not. But I can't do that if if a region so close to what I do consider a home is consumed and falls to this.
So now, time for the crux. Gonna make a persuasion check. See how well his Kenna dice hold up.
Oh boy, you can do it.
Do I get the other D20 out? Yeah, let's do it.
Got your like secret weapon D20.
Always have inspiration in
Where's
case.
it at? Oh. Where are you? Oh, bollocks. All right, here we go.
The time of great need.
Feeling the positive energy.
Well, I can't find it, so
Nope.
we're rolling with Old Faithful.
All reliable.
Do I see, quick question, this is the superstition in me. Is there anything in his camp that is tied to the color blue at all?
That's a very specific question.
I got to see his camp
Give me a second.
since he knew Tala.
Yes, there is
But-
actually.
What a superstition.
Yeah, there is. Around one of the outermost branches that are used to construct part of his lean-to, there are actually several sashes that are wrapped around. There are 4. Blue, red, yellow, and green.
All right, here we go. Inspiration points. Look, I have 3. So we have not long rested yet.
Nope.
Okay, so it's just when I fail an ability check, that's all this is, right?
Mhm.
That's all this is, right?
Yeah,
It's just an ability check.
It's just an ability check. Yeah, it's
It's
just a little ability check.
Just like rolling
Okay.
the hundreds, you know?
Yeah, no problem.
What'd you say it was?
Persuasion, the thing you're best at.
Yeah, the thing I have a +0 to.
It does say. I'm reading the words. It does say after failing. Motherfucker.
Check with
Sorry.
the wording.
Yeah, so again, the wording is always weird. You can, as Edelweiss did earlier, decide to look at the number, decide you don't like it, and then roll again, and use another point to roll again.
I have.
I consider those number fails.
Oh no, I have no bonus, so
You just have to roll high.
I did roll high, but I'm gonna try and roll even higher.
Oh, what'd you roll?
My first roll was an 18.
Oof.
Oh, don't that. Man, you're
Oh.
really going for the chance,
Yeah.
are you?
I got a +0, so it's an 8. I mean, I want.
What?
Unbelievable.
So the reason I asked is I have a blue and black die that rolled an 18. I'm gonna roll the marble
I
die
can see the
now.
superstition.
Good luck.
19.
Are you staying?
Oh wow!
Stay.
Dare you tempt fate for the 20?
I would not tempt fate for eternity.
Oh my god, there's no way.
No. Look, sir, you already got a 1% chance. Stay.
Stay.
It does say you can choose which one. It says you can choose
Yeah.
either roll.
Yeah, so the original roll, or whatever the new
Yep.
roll is. So,
Yep.
for instance, if you were to decide to spend your third point to roll again, it would either be between the 18 and whatever you rolled again.
My second point. I only spent 1.
Oh, I know, I was giving you an
Yeah.
example.
Oh yeah.
At least
Oh
once.
my god.
Just stay.
There's no
Just
way
stay.
this.
19's
There's
good.
no way this works without a 20 though, is there?
No, because it's probably incremental. It's probably incremental where like 20 would be really close to an absolute win. 19 would be
20 is
pretty
probably
good.
needed to win, and I just don't have a mod. So if someone who had a mod was doing this, they would be
Or-
able to get like 25.
Or guidance, maybe?
Unfortunately.
But that does say you are trying to
I don't
convince...
have any side points.
You're trying to
who really
convince
doesn't
a
want to.
demigod
I'm
who
just-
has been terribly
all
wrong.
I'm asking is to just be like, kill this one little tower boy, and I will burn this entire forest.
Not the way he sees it, but.
I mean, look, it's like you're gonna do that anyway. But yeah.
Terrible.
All it
He's
comes
not
down
terrible.
to is your choice.
Yeah. Oh god, is my sock broken?
How
It is.
lucky do I feel?
You already got 100.
There's no way this works.
Yeah, 100, 18, 18, 19. Yeah.
So if I
Uh-huh.
roll another one, it's between the 18 and the other
And
roll.
whatever
the
you
19's
roll.
out.
Yep.
Oh no.
Yeah, the 19 goes out.
I,
I'm staying with the 19.
Are you absolutely sure?
No.
He got this far and now he's gonna
The
roll
utter torment in that.
I hate not having a mod, not even a +1. Come on. All right, fuck it, I'm doing it.
Good luck, have fun.
Oh my god.
I'm re-rolling black and blue.
All right, good luck.
Kiss the kitty, good luck.
$20.
Are you?
No.
No.
Oh.
No.
Yeah,
No.
no, yeah, I need a picture. You're outrageous. No way.
You're so lucky.
Almost. I trust you, but it sounds so fake.
I do too, but like it's just one of those you just got to see it, right? You just got to see it to believe it.
I can't believe
I'm just trying to
behind
get
you,
all.
you're
I'm
damn
just trying to
lucky.
get.
If someone doesn't believe that luck
Come
or
on.
like luckiness or
Fuck.
unluckiness exist, they need to see Hargy. And this
I have a player like that in one player like that in every game.
One. Who is that one in Orphan Honor, since I know them?
Originally it was Dawn, but then Dawn's luck took a terrible turn.
Oh, I'm waiting
Should
for
be
it.
done.
No. This happens to me. I'm expecting to get the next below a 10 on a D100. Okay, it's gonna be me.
Just don't roll the one.
No
Just don't roll
touchdowns
the one.
dice.
Yeah, touchdowns. Dice.
Yeah. I'll ask Don. I feel like he hasn't seen anybody, but I don't know. Maybe after his COVID shot, he started
It's like
partying.
every party has the luck
Yeah.
god and then the luck vampire.
I mean, you're undead now, so.
Speak for yourself.
Yes.
I want to know the statistics of getting the 100 and then those highest the highest roll.
18, 19, and 20. Oh, when you get to re-roll a dice 3 times, the statistics become much better.
Yeah, but it's like-
but the statistics
still
of
1 in
getting
20.
an increase of 1 every time.
It's still
Yeah.
1 in 20 ultimately. You just have 3 chances, but those 2 chances.
It's like when I rolled the D100, I got like a 96, and then I rolled again and got like a 99 or 98. Like it was just by like a 1 or 2 bump.
I'll explain something to you guys later after the session's over about this
I posted
whole
the picture.
this whole exchange that Kyle just had. Yes, and I see it. Okay. The wood elf at this point has stopped staring at you and has begun pacing. The growing frustration obvious. You can see just all the various muscles growing taut. As just this seems more than just a casual conundrum of morality to him. It seems like such a much greater battle that he's experiencing, something that you just can't visibly see. And then after a moment, he eventually just kind of rushes back to where he begins staring directly at you again with his yellow eyes. You swear to me that when all is said and done and you return to your clan and you set things right, that you will do everything in your power to set me free. And I mean everything.
When that time comes, if I can, I will. By either my power or Miss Dune's herself. Hoping that maybe that gives him some semblance of how I didn't choose.
Make an insight check.
All right, what dice do I touch now? All right, black and blue's going back. That was for him. I'm shaking. I'm gonna roll marble. I'm clearing the board. All the dice are being moved out.
Starting fresh.
16. Wait, I have a motto to this one, I think.
I think you do.
20. 30, 20.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a
plus
wisdom.
4.
You mentioned the name, and again, it's because he's staring directly at you. That you can see all of the various muscles that are kind of mildly twitching and are just completely just strapped tight from all of this tension that he's holding back. When you mention the name, there is a visible eye twitch, but he doesn't say anything. But the overall response does not seem like a good one upon hearing the name.
Mm-hmm.
If you swear, then our deal is sealed. But make no mistake. If you betray me or go back against your word, your life will end swiftly.
The only way I would break that promise is if I'm already dead.
I'll begin heading north. I'll be seeing you soon.
I will be here.
And he just turns away. And as he does, everything sort of blurs. and you feel yourself rush back through the intricate network of the life veins in the earth until you're eventually back in the druid circle, staring at Pyrebrand in your lap as the last of the lichen moss is burning.
I'm gonna ask how long was all of that going?
No, that's a great question. Let's find out. Total time spent during this whole very ritualistic endeavor was 7 hours.
Okay. I'm down to 1 inspiration point.
So it is just for your own peace of mind. It is just before midnight.
I will actually forego a long rest to short rest to spend a hit die.
Okay.
She's going to meditate for the entire night.
Okay. Very well.
I will roll a hit die.
Go for it. I'm gonna bring us back.
My hit die are 88. Okay.
Indeed they are. Okay. Everyone else, because Kenna has occupied her time, what is everyone else doing over the course of the day? You're allowed to do as little or as much as you want.
I was just gonna go ahead and skip to the long rest.
Okay. We have a unanimous skip to long rest.
Nick, I'm just gonna, after having some tea, go back to the courtyard. Kalina, where are you gonna be staying tonight? I guess you don't have to sleep, so you probably will just wander, but...
I will walk about the fort to make sure that it stays secure.
Okay, thank you. He'll make a spot on the side of the courtyard. See if there's like a nice flower bed. Not try and press in too many flowers, to just beside them. I guess that makes sense. Prepare that.
There's enough things here. You can sleep comfortably. The grass is very soft and comfortable all the same. And then if you really needed a little extra, you can gather some of the constantly falling leaves from the trees. Which, Nikolai, you're probably the only person that would notice this, given your very high passive perception, is that the leaves are constantly falling. Kind of imagine that very picturesque moment where it's like cherry blossom season and just all the petals are constantly falling. Mm-hmm. It's like that, but when you look up, the spots where the leaves are sort of falling from, the leaves are regrowing almost instantly.
That's actually, that'd be really nice to fall asleep to, actually. Very much enjoy. I'll just start a spark and then keep preparing his bedding. That's that for him.
Gonna move Nikolai into the courtyard. Anyone else? Anything before long rest time today?
Yes. So after Lars has had his shave, written the journal and attuned to the necklace of blessing, he will get dressed in just the boots, trousers, and just the undershirt. He'll pack everything else into the backpack, and he will head back upstairs. Would he pass otherwise? This would have taken him roughly 2 hours to do. Oh no, I'd say 2.5 hours to do by this time.
You know I saw you. Dyer has confirmed that. Whether you noticed me coming down or not.
So I suppose the question is, what did Edelweiss do when recognizing that Lars was down below? And if it was anything that involved staying, you guys almost certainly would have noticed one.
I mean, it's like, what's the life source again? It was like the water?
There's no light source. Lars had a torch because
Okay.
there is no natural light source down there, so it's pitch black without light.
Yeah, it's just some very fluorescent water downstairs. They would have noticed, but they know that Lars can't see that far, so they're just gonna find the small place in a corner, I suppose, a little nook.
Fortunately,
You probably would have.
I'm gonna
Right
ask
down
for a
the-
stealth check. You think you're gonna get
Okay.
out of that so easily? You're wrong.
No. Do check my modifier because I got a refresh roll 20. Yeah, I'm even weird. 12 plus stuff.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
think
a
it's
6.
plus. Yeah, something like that.
This is Dex plus 3.
Okay. Yeah, it's a +6. So an 18. Mordehai, are you actively like listening for people, or are you just kind of going about your business?
No, Lars feels safe. He's not really looking for anything.
Okay.
He's literally just he feels in Kalina's world he feels very comfortable, very relaxed and at ease, and he is not on high alert at all. So I'm happy with the passive perception that he would have
Mhm.
had to go against it.
Right, in which case, Lars does not notice Edelweiss.
In which case, well, I mean, obviously, if she goes into like the opposite
They-
corner, they would go into the opposite corner. Sorry, Lars would gather his stuff and just go back upstairs and find a tree, I think, in the courtyard, and just sleep under it. Straight up, just go straight to sleep and enjoy a very long rest after a very trying couple of days.
Okay. And as for Edelweiss, any wrapping down or wrapping up?
Yes. When they wake up, but when they're still pretty tired, probably gonna easily will fall asleep again. I can't really roll this technically because I already used my D100, but they're gonna keep trying to contact their dad.
Mhm.
Because there's a lot of things that have to be discussed.
Yep.
They're kind of emotionally kind of drained, but they're still gonna do that because it's like, what else am I gonna do?
And for the record, just so it's perfectly clear, Edelweiss, you know that your dad can always hear you, but he can't always respond.
Yeah,
The,
I
the
know.
distance.
Yeah, but the important thing is talking because we have a lot to talk about.
Mhm.
So, yeah. It doesn't work too much if I can't know what he's thinking or has in mind. And then just head in bed in that tiny little nook I found for him right downstairs.
Okay. In which case, we're gonna apparently take a really early night.
Can I
and-
actually add something in there?
oh yeah, sure, Gwen. What's up?
Sorry. I think actually if Gwen finds herself alone, I didn't realize Nikolai was going to be leaving. She'd take off the glove and look at the mark on her hand and how it's changed.
Mm-hmm.
And has it changed anymore? Since the last time she looked at it.
No, it has stayed the same since it changed.
Mhm. And all she has to say before she falls asleep with this on her mind is, did you want him? Or do you want something from me? And that's all.
Okay. And then we will bump the clock forward 8 hours because y'all are maniacs. 8. There we go. It's going to be 1 in the morning when all of you finish 8 hours of resting.
Trying a day, what can you say?
I just finished my entire ritual.
yeah, I would say yeah, you did that, and then like you're coming off of the back of the short rest by the time that they're just waking up in their cool, comfortable, hot springs retreat. While Ken is out there roughing it in the woods, talking to demigod panthers.
By choice. By choice.
My choice. Speaking of Kenna, the ritual is completed. You take a moment to essentially center yourself and rest. What do you do at that point? How long are you staying out here? I guess more importantly, when are you planning on returning?
Good question, huh?
Mm-hmm. You need some time to think about it.
Nah. My original answer was going to be sunrise, and then I realized, well, sunrise is at like 8 a.m. So
Yeah, you got like 8 hours until sunrise.
So it would be. Now, when you say sunrise, are you talking about the beam of light over the horizon or radiant glow?
Beam over the horizon. Like the sun begins to rise. Yeah. And in this particular instance, the sun begins to rise at 8 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
It is in the sky after 9.
It hits the horizon.
Yeah.
So when there's a radiant glow, she will start to head back.
Okay. So you'll eventually make it back when it's actually like bright out.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Her idea is probably to leave. 40 minutes, maybe right. She'll probably get back to the fort right as hits the horizon.
Alrighty.
She'll leave earlier than the radiant glow, but she didn't plan on hiking the whole thing in darkness.
Okay.
That's it.
In which case, the rest of you, the very, very early morning comes as exhaustion from the day's previous escapades have just completely overwhelmed most of you. And you all eventually, in the comforting warmth that is Kalina's influence, fall asleep. For better or worse. Waking up to the darkest point of the night, just after midnight. Where outside, those of you that slept in the courtyard, you awake to a beautiful sight of staring overhead at a completely clear sky, at the hundreds of stars that are looking down upon you overhead. Nikolai, as you're kind of coming back around, you just sort of hear a very soft sigh. And then Thrix, just in a very low voice, speaks to you in your mind.
Such a long time since I've seen stars again.
I have no doubt. Seems like you were trapped for an incomprehensible amount of time, honestly.
I believe it's worth mentioning, Nikolai. The curse that has been laid upon you. I have been drowning it. Essences have been placed upon your body. I've been hammering its influence upon your mind. But in doing so, I have also taken away your ability to use it. I am sorry if I was presumptuous in this choice of mine.
No, that was fair. It was honestly smart. I'm still coming to terms with having it in the first place, so. Although the anger side of it I'm used to. I'm not sure how much you can see or feel in there, but before I wasn't the calmest person, even though I tried to be. But, thank you.
To be further transparent in our relationship, relationship. Nikolai, it's important for you to understand while I might occupy some part of your body, I do not have access to everything unless it has been granted to me. I do not know your memories. I do not see through your eyes. I do not hear through your ears unless you have given me permission to do so. That is why I asked before doing anything. Otherwise, I am unable.
I mean, thank you for not forcing it. I'm not unsure if you can. Probably.
In time, if I wished. But I do not. That would be against the spirit in which we struck our deal.
Yeah. Weird thing, and I'm not sure if you have the answer to it, but my sister and I communicate telepathically over a great distance. We usually check in, or she usually checks in with me every night or so. We have a small chat. Can you listen in or talk to her through it?
I'm capable of both of these, yes.
Oh, cool. For right now, it'd probably be best if we don't say the full thing of what happened to me. I'm already in a lot of trouble causing the family. Lycanthropy and, deity in my body would cause a lot of commotion.
To save you any further trouble, Nikolai, unless it is in a means in which I may save your life and therefore mine, I will remain silent unless I am spoken to.
Okay, that works for me. Although, if you have any tidbits of information that may be useful, while we travel, that will be nice.
I will do my best to contribute when I believe it is necessary.
Speaking of which, and this is purely for my own curiosity and has nothing to do with current circumstances, what's it like on the moon? Way up there. Looks up at the stars.
It is very different from this place. There it is quiet, noiseless. Everything is untouched and pure, akin to the first snowfall of the cold season. But it is not lifeless. It is full of life, just a life that understands. There is no need to rush or change. It is as if, by comparison to things here, time has ceased to be as a concept. It's a place. It was a place where individuals were capable of reveling in the purest of emotions without any concern of losing them.
Huh. Definitely different. Sounds interesting.
Perhaps one day I will be able to show you.
One day. Definitely is a place, at least it sounds like it'd be interesting to visit.
I know not what it has become since my time, but I hope it has remained just as pristine as it once was.
And just to make sure, I do have every intention of helping you back to the moon, to where you once were.
I need not such a grand promise. A restoration of the body would be a last. I do not need to be restored to my former power.
Who knows? Maybe it'd be better if you were, though. Maybe the world could use you.
Nikolai is a far more difficult thing to comprehend. I am not even sure if the current gods would desire me to ever return. They are the ones that placed me here in the first place.
Yeah, I know. Idle thoughts. I have to keep my mind active, otherwise at least it used to. I'm not sure how it changed, or if it has changed, but if I don't keep my mind focused on something, it tends to do things with objects around me, so.
Yes. These things I have noticed. I have likewise kept these in check. Who would like me not to do so? I can remove my constraints.
I think for right now it'd probably be best the constraints are kept. I still don't know what my body is like, and if you couldn't tell by the scars, when left unchecked, those can hurt. Far too much.
Very well. All you must do is ask for me to remove them, and I will. But until such a time, they will remain in place. This conversation has been pleasant, Nikolai. Thank you for your company.
Well, have to get used to it. Fair warning, I tend to talk a lot in my mind. It helps me process things. So, fair warning.
I understand. I will welcome the company, give him my solace.
It's always nice to have a rather knowledgeable friend. Even though they're stuck in your mind. Circumstances. Let's go check on my companions. What a wonderful night, though. It's nice not having the cold, although I have a feeling that it wouldn't have affected me too much. Not as much as before, though.
And check on your companions you do. But before you do, what is everyone else doing as you guys are slowly coming to? Any volunteer? When?
Yeah, I have something.
Sure, hit me.
I would like to get up in the morning and I think we talked about some of the rituals that I could use to contact this deity before. And was this the one that involved throwing hands with a pack of wolves, or is that something else?
That's technically something else.
Okay.
But that could also double for the same functionality, yeah.
Okay. So what do I want to do to... I guess there is really nothing, is there?
You're specifically requesting speaking to Raoul?
Yeah, just any sort of ritual or something to get in contact with him. I remember... Where did the wolf thing come from? I'll figure it out later. I'll go back
Probably something to do with lichen culture.
Yeah.
Well, the hunters are surprisingly easy to contact. You more or less have to know what they like and then offer a sacrifice dedicated to them. So you have to go hunt, kill a specific prey, ritualistically sacrifice it to them, and more times than not, they'll show up in some way, shape, or form.
Okay. Raoul, does he have any specific anything?
Normally I'd ask for a roll, but you would probably know this by now, given your history. Raoul is a lover of rabbits.
All right. Time to go find me a rabbit.
Okay. For the sake of expediency, I'm gonna want a survival check.
Okie dokie.
We're gonna see how your luck holds up trying to find any rabbits in the area, given a lot of the local wildlife has sort of either been killed or fled.
Any wabbits?
We're about to find out.
Okay, that's good. Survival?
Yep.
I have a base 16. Hold on, going back to edge.
Pretty good.
Plus 6, so 22. Okay. That's math.
So, Gwen heading out very early in the morning, as much as we can call it that. Well, everything is still dark and quiet. Unnervingly so, because there are so few sounds of nature other than the flowing river and the wind that rustles the occasional bough or branch. There's almost no wildlife sound whatsoever. But this works to your advantage, Gwen. You do spend the better part of an hour hunting and looking for tracks and signs of life. And it takes you a great deal of effort, but it is this complete silence that lets you hone in on, and with your incredibly sharpened senses as they are right now, the literal heartbeat of a small creature hidden in a burrow near a tree. And you manage to find yourself a singular, relatively plump rabbit.
Hmm. What does Raoul typically want from them, ritualistically speaking?
The hunters, in all shapes and forms, if when you are offering them a sacrifice of live prey, it is essentially to be displayed in a manner as to be eaten. And that varies from person to person in terms of how they do it. But you're a bit of a wolf. How would you like a rabbit displayed to you for consumption?
How thick is the snow around here?
Snow's let up. It's probably about 2 feet.
2 feet? Okay, so there's no like barren rocky patches anywhere?
You can find one. With your 22 survival check, you can find one. It's raised, okay. But yeah, you can find a bit of a raised rocky outcropping.
Yeah. Biggest wolves eat first. She would just get it, and lay it out fresh and warm on a barren rocky surface and just sort of step back and lower her head like it's an offering.
All right. And I guess the more important question, how hard are you trying to go at this? AKA, are you doing a D100 roll? Or are you just doing this and hoping for a response? Because that's a D20 roll.
Do not have much energy today. We're going, and I doubt Gwen does either, so I'm gonna say let's do a D20 roll.
Make a.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it's gonna be a D20 roll. It's just gonna be a flat charisma roll.
Okay. Not great at that, but not terrible either.
You could be a lot worse. You're better at it than Kenna.
This is an offering in return for what he did yesterday. But this is also the first time I think Gwen has ever tried to directly communicate with him.
Mm-hmm.
So she wants to know why he did it. Yikes. Haha. Can I spend an inspiration point to reroll that?
You could if you want.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. Damn it. Okay. I want to see if it'll keep going down. I'm gonna spend one more.
Right, that's why you're doing it.
Okie dokie. That's a 16. It did not keep going down.
16 total?
Yes.
Okay.
14 plus 2.
Okay. So you lay this rabbit out on this rock. The heat of it, now freshly killed, you can literally just see the steam rising up in the air. And the offering is very forward and plain. But you know, beasts don't so much care for the fancy semantics of typical worship. You don't see anything, but there is just a gale, this powerful gale that rushes through and sweeps over the top of this flat, rocky outcropping you're standing upon. And when it finally clears and you're managing to finally open your eyes enough, you see that where this rabbit was is just now a streak of blood across it. No remnants of the carcass whatsoever. And you can feel a set of eyes upon you. Like something is watching.
Do I hear anything?
Hey, perception check.
Advantage?
You have advantage on all wisdom-based check, or on all perception checks, I guess.
That was a 12 and a 13.
For a total of...
How do I not have advantage or proficiency in perception? 16 total.
Okay. You don't see anything. You feel like something watching you, and you hear what sounds like an enormous beast taking slow, long breaths. And you can never quite identify where it is coming from, but it always feels like it's just behind you.
I didn't figure you for the healing type. It's got me thinking you want something from him. Or you want something from me. A rabbit's not repayment for a life. What's your price?
I needed a new leader for the pack that will arrive soon.
That one. Interesting choice.
Who better to lead his own people?
And my role in this?
Teacher. Champion.
This pack. How soon is it coming? From where?
It has already arrived. When you return to town, you will find it.
The plague. The crystals. That?
my wake, I brought with me more wolves. You and the pup will lead them against this invader. It does not belong.
At least we agree on that much. How would you have us? How would you have us bring it down?
Break it. Leave nothing left for it to consume.
And will you be coming with us?
I will join the hunt when you have found its core. It will be my jaws that snaps its neck.
Very well. And when we're done with this, what of the pack? Will it fall apart like mine did?
It all depends on the strength of the leader.
Why him?
Because he was destined to lead. I just gave him a people that are willing to do what is necessary to survive.
He's just a kid.
He is going to learn.
Just as I did.
Just as you all do.
Can I expect you to keep in touch?
I will be watching. Continue to hunt and you will always have my support.
Yeah. No.
Continue to shirk your strength,
And then Mike's like,
and you can guarantee it will abandon you.
Understood.
and,
Hush, Congo.
so we
Wait, what do you?
and he rapidly accepted it.
Thanks for the snack.
2 records and so he fixed it.
And like a weight is lifted from your shoulders, there is no longer presence that is watching over you. And you know that he is gone.
Sort of sinks back under her haunches. Oh, fuck. And sits there and thinks about what she's done. And then she'll get up and she'll make her way back to camp. She'll go find Nikolai.
Okay. Meanwhile, while Gwen is in the woods doing weird cult things, we've got Lars and Edelweiss left. What y'all doing?
What is y'all doing? Do you want to go first, Edelweiss?
No. Unless you have nothing to do, then I'll go. If you're still thinking.
Okay. I'll just say So Lars would he would probably be a bit lazy, and he would probably oversleep a bit till about maybe like 3 or 4 a.m. But when he gets up, he would ask Kalina a quick question as he's going about his business, like when he's tidying up and like grabbing fruit to in his back to put in his backpack.
Mhm.
He would ask her in passing, like, say that we took one of your saplings with us. Would that help spread you about? In a very confused way. Still not grasping how it all works.
Unfortunately, no. While it might aid in my ability to speak to that particular plant after it has grown some, it will not further my ability to lead. I am anchored here, and in the courtyard, she'll touch the largest tree. I am anchored here to this. It is wherever this tree grows that I am allowed to be. And in a particular instance of a ritual can be moved to another location. And until that time comes, this is where I stay.
But would you like to know what's going on in the outside world, or are you happy to be content here?
I am always interested to know what is going on, but I have always been very content to stay where my roots have been planted, if you will. When I was in Viridian with my sisters, we had a specific piece of land that we were responsible for watching over and caring for. It is there we stayed. But we would communicate with one another, and therefore we would know what was happening in all the subsequent locations that we were planted in. She grows a little sad. Admittedly, I think now, if I were to learn of everything that is happening all around the planet as it is, it might be too much to handle. It sounds very different from the world I lived in. Much more harsh. Much colder.
Well, unfortunately, the morality of my race leaves it very fleeting compared to you, and so we see a bit more positivity in some of the things that happen. But in any case, if I ever do reclaim what is rightfully mine, I wouldn't mind planting one of your saplings in our garden. It would be a nice reminder of you.
I would very much like that. And in a time, if I ever do leave this place and move on to another, perhaps under the right circumstances, I might even be able to visit.
You would be very much welcome at the von Bismarck mansion. If I get it back from my sister. And he sort of thinks, has like a confused look, gives a polite nod, and then goes about his
Yeah,
business for the rest
you
of
say
the
that
day.
and Kalina just gives you the same wait, is that a problem?
He doesn't know, so that's why he's confused. And that's where I'll leave that.
Okay. Edelweiss.
It's me.
Thoroughly
Probably
warm.
bathe, get up, and still nothing from Dad, unfortunately, so I think that they're going to head outside and see if they can contact him. I don't know how, but I guess I gotta figure out how real quick. but just not in the area because Kalina can hear everything and it's private conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I really should have thought how to do this. I was just so like listening too deeply to everyone's thing.
Doing it live.
Doing it live. Well, I could do that. Otherwise, I guess we'll head outside. Log cabin, is like above the ground, right? Ground level, right?
The what?
The log cabin exit is like above like everything below, so I'd have to like jump or climb off a misty step, right?
Oh, yeah, the longhouse. Yeah, it's about 15 feet up from the snow.
You
So
know,
you could
it's
jump
fine.
down or
Yeah, there's no plants inside, right?
not in the longhouse now.
I'll just use that. Set book and crystal down. Take a deep breath and Conrixus, I need to contact you. There's too much to discuss and I don't want to wait. It's not the most urgent thing, but your guidance is needed. Stuff has happened, I've done things as well. And I need to know what I'm supposed to do next. I don't want to cause trouble with the rest of the group. Anything that can, I guess, earn me their trust now that things have gotten rather personal. But please. I think I'll also bust Fey presence doing this.
Okay.
Just to lean on it since it's the only other thing I got.
Okie dokie. We're probably going to, do what we did with the other person, which is roll a charisma check. And I'm going to see. Okay, yeah, roll a charisma check. The DC has been modified to account for Fey presence.
I fucking hate this. I'm sorry about the curse. Oh god, that 25 is really pretty. Am I even inspiration? I have 1 inspiration point left. I don't have any inspiration points left because I lost on a long rest, right?
Yeah. Well, did you have 3?
I had 3.
Yeah. Because of the way the game worked out, that was not a long rest. That would eat points. So if you still have points left over from the days previous, you have it. That's better.
That's much better. Yes, that's a natural 18.
Okay.
I was in 23.
So there's a long, quiet moment where you sit and you just hear the sound of the running river outside. The low crackle of the fire that is kind of sputtering out a bit. And then eventually, you just hear a voice. Like many, many others, it is important to have a little bit of patience. That being said, here I am. What would you like for me to consult on first?
Sorry, give me a sec as I shut something down.
Rip. That's gonna get an F in chat.
Oh, it's just a noise that's in the bathroom as the frogs are starting to scream, and I need to do head here, so I don't hear them.
Screaming
Just like-
frogs, everybody.
Screaming frogs. My apologies. It's, you could understand my desperation, but
I've been listening. I am keenly aware.
indeed, not my best moment, but what would you have me do next? Since the mission has been exposed and has changed quite a bit in the conditions of one undead lichen title bearer possessed thing.
Well,
Yes.
if it makes you feel any better, not undead. Only minorly possessed. Very much a lichen, however. And as for how the mission has changed, he smiles. Well, it simply hasn't. You're going to continue watching him in possession of the same power that was previously in the orb, just now inside a different carrying case. You're going to see what he's going to do with it. And as I originally encouraged, you're going to be an ally. You're going to help as much as you can, and within reason of your own personal safety, be as honest as you have to be. I will continue to advise to not use my name. However, I am starting to realize there is quite a bit of influence in the group that surrounds a couple of, well, allies is perhaps a very generous word, because, well, we Fae are very contentious, as nature has to be. But I am not the only one with someone of interest in this group. I'm certain by now you've observed enough of the giantess Kenna to know she is not normal. And like you, although really not quite like you, I'm much more hands-on. But in the same vein, has someone with a vested interest in her actions from where we are.
I want to say, Dyer, you're cutting out on some of those things.
That's
I
terrible.
didn't hear the... Yeah, I didn't hear the thing about being much more something. I instantly forgot the quote you said.
Well, again, yeah, the quick recap is...
He said much more hands-on.
Yes. He is much more hands-on than the other entity that has a vested interest in the group, which he is insinuating belongs to Kenna. Which, Edelweiss, with all of your general knowledge and understanding of the other Archons, you would know, sort of now tying those two dots together, Kenna's abilities, powers, and general outlook on life heavily reflects another Archon. In particular,
Yes,
the Arcanist of the Fall Court.
still confused why you gendered that, just because Archon sounds good on both, but you know.
I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I really don't know, because Arcanist is just such a...
Archon Mestinate.
It's
Yeah,
just
Archon
yeah,
Mestinate
it's
sounds
very
fine.
it's unnecessarily long. The double S makes it weird.
Okay,
Yeah,
then Archon.
I'll probably just stick with Archon.
Thank
I
you
could
for
workshop that.
understanding. Because that's how I felt. Just forgot to mention it. Anyways.
So you're not completely alone. Granted.
She definitely doesn't like me anymore, because I'm pretty good at burning bridges outside Primal Wilds, it seems. Values are quite different.
Yes, but nothing about this group is normal. And let's be completely honest with all of the observations thus far. None of them are very good at making friends here either. All of them are unusual loners or outcasts or just weird.
They have each other, and perhaps if I were better at making friends generally, I could have more favor, but I don't even have much power to help, so it's a little bit troubling, considering I would neither trust. But you said you wanted the orb, and wouldn't that change? I don't think I could hand a person over. And now that
You don't have to.
Rix is awake,
And what does Thrix want?
to live,
Yes.
but he surely has no favor of my influence and such, although it is indirectly his fault.
Well, yes, you cannot blame him for the zealotry of those that followed him when he had no control over them. That being said, eventually, he will leave the body of Nikolai, and he will take his own shape and form. And that is when our time will come to take him. Because you see, my little flower, he is not safe here. Title bearers, like before, will imprison him yet again.
And what would you do? I don't mean to echo the concerns of my companions, but unfortunately, as long as my motives are obscured, then I will have no trust. As long as I hide many motives that are bad, it will come back and bite me, and possibly get me killed.
I can't possibly explain my entire plan to you. It is the reason why I've never done so. But I will tell you my intentions for this one named Thrix, which is, as he is a displaced title bearer, purposely shelled and put into an orb because the other title bearers wanted to take more power for themselves.
Is that true? That
Yes.
is what he believed, but would you know that for sure?
I was there when it all happened. I watched.
You.
There were many title bearers that fell at the hands of others. It is a period of time that here on this plane has been stricken from history. There was a time when there were dozens upon dozens of title bearers. And then when the close of the Great War came, and the dragons were gone, and those title bearers most powerful, the ones that had spearheaded the war, thought it would be better if they could control more of the world. And so they went around, and they slew, and they imprisoned, and they stomped down upon all the other smaller ones, consolidating their own strength.
Or
Me?
you.
I just want to give Thrix a home. And if he would like, a seat on a court somewhere.
Can't imagine he'd agree to that, considering he likely fought against.
Well, it is for him to decide when the time comes. I merely just want to prevent him from suffering the same fate he already has.
I thought you didn't harden Night out. I'm just. I thought you didn't forgive them.
As I said, my little flower, I can't possibly explain everything.
My apologies.
Just know, he has suffered greatly,
He has.
and like many others, is wandering lost and looking for a home. I am just trying to find a place to give him one. Even if it is not with us, or anywhere in the primal wilds, I at least wish to give him the opportunity to choose. Whereas if the title bearers find him first, they will not.
Well, they've already found him. Sounds like.
They are waiting like we are. All things converge here. One point or another. It is when the convergence happens that that crucial moment will come. If he will become yet again another prisoner, or if he will be free.
There are two things I have otherwise. One is something that I was remembering from when I was young. One of my fathers had power alike to mine. He'd made a pact. Told me it was, well, being Noah's Fricks, although he did not gain much power from it. Would that be possible?
Wouldn't be unheard of. If there was, as we've discovered, a piece of the living god inside of the orb, which is not always the case. If you were trapped somewhere, desperately trying for someone to hear you, you'd be reaching out at every opportunity. Occasionally, you might grasp on to a small, albeit tenuous connection, and that could be enough to form a pact.
I'd like to know the stipulations of said pact. They are a little bit pressing. I would also reveal whether or not he is still around. The second thing. Do you know what happened to Iridian? I only just realized it after I called you before, but it cannot be coincidence, the similarities between Summer Court and Viridian. Were you from there? I don't know when Viridian was created.
No. I am much too old to be from Viridian. I am among the firstborn of the original races. Viridian was a distant thought belonging to, and the corners of his mouth cork up into a smile, a very squirrely man that had this ideal naivete that a perfect world could be lived. And as such, he made Viridian. And it did work for a time. I did visit under the guise of mortality, impressed by the reach that this individual made. But as with all things, it didn't last forever. As timeless as he wanted it to be, it faded like the rest. However, I do not know exactly what befell it. I could probably find out if it were so pressing.
Suppose if Kalina decides to come, then
Which,
I suppose
on that matter, she has declined.
that is fair.
Yes, I did. I spoke to her several days ago, in fact. And due to and he sort of stops and he puts together his long finger, sort of tapping. Due to a minor disagreement in morals, I had to wipe her memory of our conversation. She was unusually hostile towards me.
I see.
Yes. It was unfortunate. I was hoping she would have had enough time to realize that the ways she was taught were not correct. But her old tenets hold true, and well, individuals like me and other people from where we are from are her enemies.
I understand. I don't fault her for that. If she wants to stay, I only hope that nothing befalls her. I only find it a little sad that if she knew. Well, I'm glad I did it over here, not inside. If she knew, I would only say that. Well, she wouldn't remember it.
She has made her choice.
Yes, it just saddens me a bit that the one person I seem to have gotten along with would consider me an enemy. So much so.
Old feuds, my dear. Old feuds. One group is badly wounded by another. It is difficult to forgive, especially when they cannot confront them again.
Indeed. Really hope. Oh no, just having folks around is going to bring some trouble. I just hope they're not as plentiful as before, but... My apologies, Archon, for rushing your... yes. And do take with, discard anything I said prior. Oh, you can't do that, but I'm not better, but I'm more calm now, at least.
We both knew this road would not be as simple or an easy one. And
I did think this road had my literal just cause of all my problems. Or some of them.
contrary to your own opinions, I am seeing growth. And there will be more difficult choices to make in the future. And you will continue to grow from those choices. And eventually, even though the road may be long and difficult, you will be made much stronger for it. You will look back on these times. Perhaps not as fond memories, but as important ones.
Such things are always more frightening.
Well, of course. You are fighting bone and blood monsters. It is very fair to be frightened. They are horrific. There's a reason why bone and blood is usually inside people. It is not meant to be formed into terrible, oozing puddles of death.
If I seek friendship with both Gwen and Nikolai, which perhaps distantly if we continue traveling together, please don't fault me for it. I can see humanity in her. She's still terrifying and still very much a curse that harms others, but...
No fault. No fault at all. But just remember, despite the fact that they might be strong now, so far the choices of Gwen have proven that she is only weak. She leans on something that is not herself to be strong. She continues to falter and lean. And eventually she will fall over. Not
you
lean.
saved a couple of lives. Even if those were not her powers, she summoned things knowing it might harm her. But I understand.
The repercussions of her choices thus far are not fully made aware to all of you. But if you're going to make friends with Nikolai and Gwen, be prepared to make friends with many more Lycans shortly. As they are coming.
What?
The beasts do not come onto this plane and leave in their wake nothing. Summoning them is a double-edged sword. Nikolai might be alive, yes. But whenever they enter here, they drag with them a pestilence, a plague. And given what is assailing the lands now, they are probably not too happy about its presence. But whatever they brought with them will surely help them build an army to fight it.
I see.
That, so far, from what I've sensed, is a pack of Lycans. Several of Nikolai's beloved folks of the duchy. People that only he is uniquely suited to lead. Now are vicious, curse-bearing Lycans.
Things. Oh dear. I'll just stay my hand.
As I said, be
I'll
brave.
try to.
Make choices that will allow you to lean not on the strength of others, but on your own. Lest you end up like them.
See. I feel there's truth to your words, but I feel things are more complicated. I don't know how much you see, though.
Well, most certainly more complicated. I could spend several of your lifetimes trying to explain it all, and not get anywhere near close to finishing. It is simply why I ask for those that do what you do to trust me.
Okay, I do. I'm just trying to see the good in others.
Then stay the course. The choices you make are yours. I'm merely just trying to save a lost soul that will be lost if we do not do something. That is all.
Yeah. Perhaps I could help if... Oh, I don't really know. No. Okay, I will do my best. I hope it did not... I hope my beliefs are not too bothersome. It's
No, of course.
difficult, the difference between mortals and, well, title bearers, Archon, and those in the other planes as well.
The most important difference you need to understand about that whole group is that we were all children playing with something that no one understood. And many suffered because of it.
Can't imagine your track record has been the cleanest, but
No,
neither has anyone else's.
of course not, and I don't pretend mine is clean. As I encourage everyone to make choices and learn from them, and if you survive the repercussions of them, to make yourself better. And I have done so, and have arrived to this point over my very long lifespan. But my time here grows short.
Wait, one last thing.
I'm listening.
If I become a Lycan, I don't mind if I don't have a home to go back to, but please, don't leave me. I would do all my power still to serve if you're still a father to me. But I understand that I cannot go back home. I would not hurt anyone.
I do not abandon my children. I only leave them if they abandon me. If you stay true, I will always be with you. Do not assume the worst. Your home has not gone yet. And even if such a curse should befall you, there is no need to say that it will be the end-all be-all of your life. It can be broken, in fact. Which is the reason why I insist the choice of it being laid upon others is the most important.
Alright. Thank you. And I'm sorry. I'm still a bit shaken, it seems. Then again, I've never quite dealt with such things at the moment, so I'm still overwhelmed. Love you, Papa.
I love you too, my little flower. And remember, this is not a race. You have time. We all have time. Just survive.
I will do my best to.
And he will kneel down and embrace you, and kind of as the arms are fully encircling you, you'll just sort of feel the physicality of it dissipate around you into sweet, spicy wisps of smoke.
Head back.
And we're back. Man, this isn't a casual morning at all. Given everyone has kind of had their own little pieces, is anyone else doing anything in the time span between whenever you finished your thing and Gwen's arrival? Kenna's arrival, sorry. I was staring at Gwen's token. Kenna's arrival, which is like 6 to 7 hours later.
Okay. All right then.
Meanwhile, John Normal Pants.
All right.
You
I'm
have to
gonna
remember, you guys woke up at like 1 a.m.
No,
So y'all
I
are...
said. I said that Lars had a lie-in. He'll be up around about 4 a.m. But he would. Actually, how much? I don't. No, I don't think Lars would be thinking. No, Lars would not be thinking about that. I don't need to. No, I need to take myself away from that situation.
Okay.
Lars. Nah, Lars would probably read his book on stratagems because he wants the group to work better. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, so Lars is
yeah,
working up his dossier of everyone in the party about what he's seen them able to do, and it's just like, all right, so these are the battle plans from here forward.
Well, no, it's more like going like writing in the journal what happened, like detail like battle plans, analyzing what went wrong, and learning from that. And then when we sort of sit down to talk about it, he'll like sort of present this. He's basically doing a PowerPoint presentation of how we went wrong in the last fight, essentially.
All right, I dig it.
So yeah, he's starting on that. Let's just say.
Okay. Alrighty then. So, as previously requested, any other particulars that aren't just casual morning doings? Breakfast, stretching, gathering gear, foraging, etc., etc.
What would Nikolai be doing?
What is Nikolai doing?
he would be as he said to Brix, he'd just be probably take that 5-10 minute little thing to look up at the sky and chat with him. Then he'd walk around, find each party member, give a little like good morning, how you doing type thing, and then actually, because he really enjoyed the courtyard, he'd probably go back out there and just like stargaze from inside.
Anybody at all?
Quinn's percolating.
Okay. If nothing else, Kenna's gonna make her trek back. Okay, Kenna, you're gonna make your trek back. Anything you want to do in between, prior to or after?
No. I make my way back.
Okay. Alrighty then. Kenna returns, along with the rest of you, inevitably at some point or another, having crossed paths when at the fort. As has been sort of previously alluded to and spoken on by Kalina, there are multiple different trees and bushes and vines that are growing all kinds of fruits, most of which are kind of unusual for you. A lot of them have like either like bright green flesh, yellow, and like very like just brightly colored skins of really unusual coloration. But imagine everything is a bit very everything else is very tropical in regards to how it's eating. So like imagine like kiwis and mangoes versus like apples and oranges. So there's plenty to consume and everything is sweet and delicious. The water that Kalina has since your arrival had vines wrapping around various areas on the trees and have been catching the water and running them down into small collection areas beneath the trees for drinking. Or she would just suggest to go participate in the water in the river below. Just so you know, that's going to be very warm.
Ooh, that is quite genius.
Can I approach the party or whoever's around together?
Quinn's probably hanging close to Nikolai.
She will look directly from Lars. So
Lars is chilling in the courtyard.
Are we just having a courtyard party?
Fine, courtyard party.
Garden party!
Garden party!
Well, I have an idea about this meteor.
Oh, the one that you hate?
Yes. It has a knack for being resilient to heat. I'm curious to see if it has the same resilience to being frozen.
Lars will furrow a brow and go, have you looked at what it is out there outside? It's freezing.
Yes. Temperature-wise. But that is not encasing it in ice.
So you're saying we drop it in a lake?
How do you propose we do
No,
it?
because we probably couldn't get it back out of the lake.
Yeah, no, we couldn't. There's no probably we couldn't. It took exhausting myself to move it down a cliff.
So, if we make the trek back up there, I have something that I want to try. She kind of cracks her knuckles in her hands.
Well,
Lighting things on fire, not my only talent.
Wow.
Okay. Lars will rub his forehead and he'll say, "Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's not like we're going a long way back to try this. If you want to do it and the group is happy with it, that is fine."
Oh, we aren't doing much else.
it's also only like what, an hour?
Exactly.
Only 5.
It was a couple hours, I think.
I mean,
No, sorry, it was a
no.
couple hours to get from the top of the cliff to where it had fell. Not a couple hours to get from it to
The fort. Yeah, it was just about an hour.
And also, some point soon we should probably go check up on that crystal pillar.
Nikolai, were we going to rendezvous with your sister and the Chalseer in town?
Yes, but they would still be traveling.
How many weeks?
It was 8 days for her to get there, and I only contacted her 3-4 days ago, I think. So we're only about halfway there. We still have about 4 days or so.
And the Chalseer, they'll be coming with her.
If she's coming, yes. If she sent them, either way.
The Chalseer, you definitely know are coming. You actually don't think
No.
Krista mentioned joining them.
I mean, Nikolai would assume not, because she has a fuck ton of other business. Sorry.
Well, you're not wrong.
Kenna addresses Lars. You seem to have a better understanding of these materials. Do you think it is possible that it would work?
Oh, DM. Shall I roll for that?
Yeah, that's a nature check.
Can I assist on that?
So the logic that Kenna is presenting is that fire is the release of energy, and she knows that. And because it is a energy reflecting property that we have observed, at least on the metal, that the act of freezing something is not an energy based event, and that it can make metal brittle, as in rusting and that kind of stuff on normal metals. So the logic that she is seeking is that if it gets frozen, not just temperature, but like actually frozen, it could make it brittle enough with enough force to break chunks off. That's her logic that she is trying to convey to Lars.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
So I have the the Gilderock Dragon Chain.
Yeah.
It gives me bless. Would this bless? Can I bless myself to help myself better this roll?
No, because bless is for attack rolls and saving throws.
No matter. That's fine then. I will just roll normally.
Can I assist him with that?
Yeah, you come from a masonry background, so you know you know some stuff about earthy
Science
things.
boys.
Yeah.
I just like to think that Lars just ponders for a minute. He looks over to Nikolai and like gives him the come hither look, like he gives the finger, yeah, and be like,
Do you think?
Yeah, and he'll literally go like, I need your help, and just, and we're gonna hash it out, talking science.
He would have already seen Nikolai like thinking about it too when she was talking about it.
Okay, so would that give me advantage then?
Yes.
Right, so my first roll is a 15 plus 2, that is a 17. My second roll is natural 20, that is 22.
Hey, science boys!
Okay.
I was thinking I was gonna like, oh, here we go, I'm gonna have to use all my inspiration points for this, but nah.
No, you're the only person that didn't have to. So Nikolai does help you, but it is, again, going back on some of your older knowledge, Lars, about hearing offhanded conversations about rare metals like this that are just commonly not seen in circulation or really used because of just how impossible they are to get. So what it is, you don't know 100% if this works, but you do remember hearing the comment of Dandelight is worked in an almost expressly opposite way from most any other type of metal. So at the minimum, you definitely think Kenna's on to something. that if you can get it cold enough, you might at the very least be able to actually start breaking it apart. It doesn't sound unreasonable.
Can I have that sort of sudden realization that I think that Eric would have said that in a drunken like thing one night when he was talking about working with rare metals or something like that?
Yeah, sure, done.
Yeah. Lars will be so Lars and Nikolai are chatting, and Lars will go, Eric once said to me something about Dandelight. He was very drunk. He said something about Dandelight not working normally with the normal ways that you would use metal. It is the opposite, but it won't take. We need to push it to the limit on the on how cold this metal needs to be. And that's his answer to Kenna. And he'll also add on to that. He'll say, your theory is sound. Putting it into practice and getting the temperatures that low, we might need to really do well in that to do that.
You were hiking back, right? What was the weather and temperature out?
What a fine question.
Lars is already putting his waistcoat and his army jacket back on. He knows he's going back outside.
It is 3 degrees currently, and clear
Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Celsius. Yeah, maybe it wasn't you guys I said this to. I feel like it was probably you guys. I'm going to refer to Celsius for temperature from now on.
English rules, baby.
Yeah, so 3 degrees Celsius,
that's
which
not
is
cold at all. Damn it.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's it's like in the like 30. It's like it's in the 30 to 40s range. Yeah. Like,
water is still wet.
Yep. Yeah, basically. Yeah. This is a weirdly warm day.
Salty.
Yeah, I did roll to see how the weather was shaping up, and it is getting warmer. Getting warmer.
To think.
It's getting warmer, but we only have sunlight from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Kind of ass backwards.
Hey, I didn't say it was getting warmer entirely. I just said today it was warmer.
Global warming.
We're not getting blizzards every day.
Yeah, damn fire primordials.
You burned down almost not half a forest, but you burned down a bit of the forest. You're not helping.
Local.
I'm joking.
Wait till Kenna starts a real wildfire.
To think we were going all these weeks wanting for better weather, just to now turn around and want worse weather. So
I never wanted better weather. That was all you.
Kenna thrives in this.
Yeah, it's not like we can't travel in a snowstorm or anything, Kenna.
We all could actually now, because I have 3rd level spells like Water Walk.
Yeah, but we couldn't before.
So Kenna, are you wanting to try this?
I would be very interested in it.
What's the way you're going to do this? That's a serious sound. How are you going to do it?
I have magics that I learned at the mountains that call upon the elements.
Okay. If it has anything freezing, go ahead. Otherwise,
I also have a spell that summons cold. However, it also summons pelting ice rain, which would become projectiles, quite deadly. So, if we had a safe place to do this, I would, but that aspect is concerning.
Okay. Well then, let's give it a shot.
This is maybe something we have to do over a course of over a period of time to
Or
really drop a temperature, doing it multiple days in a row or multiple times.
depending on how well it takes to it, and how well it disperses the cold. From
And how well it sticks.
This actually may be a time where I'd wish for one of the blizzards or snowstorms that seems common in this area. That would help.
Strong wind would help.
I
Well,
could cast
unfortunately, the person
more
who has control
often,
of
at
that
least.
Yeah.
What was that, Idolas?
I could cast more often than usual, but again, we would need shelter from projectiles. Considering that my spells recover as long as I'm able to rest a little bit in between.
I mean, at least for a fire, the trees seem to work pretty well. It is a really wooded area, so I see no reason why those would be out. And it kind of can guide us in creating a defensive area, not only for protection from anything that would be thrown back at us, but anything around the area can't hurt.
Nikolai,
Not
you just hear, but kind of like what I just did, you hear a clearing of someone's throat in your head. It's very clearly Thrix trying to politely ask for his opportunity to speak. Just like to
yes. Yes. I had a feeling this may be in your area of expertise.
You would not be incorrect to assume that, Nikolai. I was waiting for an opportunity to speak of. However, while I might be capable of lowering the temperature a great deal, the time currently is not very ideal. My power is weakened during the day, and more importantly, during this particular phase of the moon. If you could wait perhaps until the new moon has arrived, I would be able to do it with relative ease. At this particular point in time, it would be very taxing on you for me to attempt.
So that's how the orb worked. Okay.
Yeah.
It was
You guys
always
got that-
it was always stronger at night.
Yeah, but the moon phase, which I thought about.
For the record,
but
guys,
wasn't bringing up.
I had a formula on how strong it was and how much damage it did based off of time of day and phase of moon. I made a little spreadsheet for it where I would just input the time of day and what phase of the moon was in, and it would calculate how much damage it did based off of decisions, damage in DC.
That
So
phase of the moon when we were thinking about like possibilities. I forgot who it was, but like yeah, you were right.
Focus. Yeah.
Okay. Here, go ahead and tell them that, although it may be a little bit jarring. You know, I feel like we as a group should get used to talking. So go ahead.
you say, go ahead, and all of you notice the moment where this happens, because Nikolai's whole body, where, you know, like normal people, you don't notice missing traits of them. He goes stock still, looks like he ceases breathing, like he's a statue, and then you watch as the eyes slowly change, all black, silver irises.
Nikolai has insisted that I speak to all of you in regards to the current undertaking you were discussing, and that I have an ability to manipulate temperatures, particularly in the direction of freezing. However, my powers are in a point in time where they are very weak and would be quite taxing upon Nikolai. Wherein, if you were capable of waiting until the nights came, and when the moon was more full, or perhaps closer to the new moon, my strength would make this much easier to perform.
Would you be able to make it cold enough than necessary, or what do you think might be the necessary, or do you think we should try spending some time cooling it during the day preparation.
I do not know how cold it needs to be. Only that I am capable of making things extremely cold. Instead of common sense would dictate that trying to spend time freezing it during the day, unless it is concealed from the sunlight, might be counterproductive.
Indeed, I just wouldn't want you to spend too much energy. If we could get a head start, that would be nice.
That's why I'm giving parameters as to when my power is strong and when it is not. So I may make full use of my abilities.
We would always want to try this generally at night, or at least with high wind if it was in the daytime. Sometimes it doesn't matter how bright the sun is. If the wind is strong enough, it will freeze anything in its path.
Sorry, go on.
My spell also brings upon darkness when I am able to hold it up for, which is not very long, but it should at least aid. Wait, is it windy inside? It's like difficult terrain. I forgot what we discussed.
Your voice mod's still on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's windy.
Okay.
We just heard Thrix go, yeah, it's pretty windy.
Yeah, real casual Thrix.
What you don't know, Chai, is that's actually CJ's real voice. Just use the changer for the normal.
Yeah, this is when the voice changer is on, actually.
Yeah, I'll just further this up so the wording's there. Like, what's the difficult terrain? I forgot. I know we discussed this. I forgot. What was the difficult terrain cause of? Like, just the rain stopping.
How is it hard to move? It's between ice and wind.
There you go. It only holds it for a minute. I can cast it a couple times per a short, small rest. But wind and darkness and cold, at least. As long as, again, we find shelter from projectiles.
When is the full moon in effect? Thrix.
Well, then you want the new moon.
Sorry, it's a new moon.
Just rolled a natural 20 for.
We got a calendar, y'all.
But we don't have a calendar.
I mean, you could if you rolled well enough like Kenna.
I also just spent all last night meditating under the moon.
Well, it was
Sorry.
an open question.
Kenna, you would know. It's in 9 days from now.
Oh, God.
Yep.
I mean, it'll be closer to it, so it's technically, we can do it we can do it in 3 days' time, and it still be powerful enough, right? We don't need to do it. He'll have more power, but he won't be.
Yeah, I mean,
powered.
It's fair to assume the more of the moon that is filled out in either direction, he gains strength. It is only when it is either fading or waning completely when he is weakest.
Right.
So, I mean, the longer you wait, the more powerful he's going to become in regards to this.
So
Okay,
Lars
wait a minute.
So Lars is having a brainstorming moment now, and he'll be like,
Brain blast.
we're meeting. We are meeting Nikolai's sister and other people at Diayacht in 5 days, maybe? Why don't we just keep having a go at this rock until then? And we alternate between strategies that Edelweiss proposes, using her magic, and utilizing Strix.
There.
And using Nikolai's, Strix's magic.
Sounds good to me. I don't have a whole lot to contribute in this sense.
And without
Kind of.
anything more being directly at him, Thrix recedes, and Nikolai is pushed back forward.
Kenna, do you think you could make a shelter?
If need be, it seems simple enough.
Indeed.
I'm not. We may not need the shelter, as I remember. It is only an hour away. An hour out, an hour back. We can always just rest here.
No, I mean shelter from icicle
yes, yes.
projectiles.
I mean, the nest that you tend to make kind of probably would be good for just general purpose anyway.
No, we'd have to build something if that was an actual problem. Which would only take a couple hours, if that. You really could just hide behind a tree. I don't.
That's what I'm saying. But
Just stand behind one.
But we wouldn't be going that way until nightfall, would we?
I can cast spells as long as I have a rest pretty often during the day. I could start in advance to start cooling it down if desired.
we,
Taxing,
we,
but possible.
we still
Well,
have
how
a
long?
few.
Go ahead.
We still have a few hours of darkness left. We can go and try.
No, we don't.
Mm-mm.
Kenna came when the
Kenna
sun came out.
returned when the sun was rising.
Right. Never mind.
Because a certain druid didn't actually prepare dark sight.
Okay, then Nikolai wouldn't talk because he would be smarter than that. Go ahead, Gwen.
I'd always. How long can you make this darkness last that you can put over it? Because-
Only a minute, unfortunately.
That's not going to be enough to cool it down.
The wind helps. The cold helps.
But you can cast it multiple
It's-
times, right?
Twice during an hour.
Twice for an hour, 2 minutes. It's not going to do it.
It would be more for sustaining anything, or an aid for either Kenna's or Trix's.
Yeah.
Thrix will once more clear his throat, Nikolai.
Perhaps there is a consideration to be made that around the meteorite you could build some form of bowl in which you could fill with water, and then use some of the powers in the group to keep it frozen. It might require a significant bit more work, but may in the long term be effective.
That's a good idea. He'll he'll speak out to the group about Trix's idea.
Drop it in a lake.
Drop it in a lake. But a lake of our own making. It's a good idea.
Sure.
It would also help, if not freeze it, keep it at a level temperature.
A lower temperature at the very least, so we can get at it when it's darker.
Mm.
Well, it's something to do more than sitting around here and waiting for people to show up in town.
Yeah.
Any opposition?
Sorry.
Whatever form.
It was just the sound of a new idea. No.
That being said, I think Kenna might have something to weigh in on this, given that the suggestion requires a lot more work, and that typically all would probably fall on the Kenna, given her abilities, and not everyone else's.
I'm gonna be real honest. The phone call from my mother. I didn't hear what you guys said at the end.
We're thinking about building a bowl and filling it with water and then putting the big rock in it. Or building the bowl around the big rock.
That way we can just make it cold with magic and stuff during the day.
Oh yeah, I heard all that. Okay.
Basically just that.
That would be very tasking. Doable.
Perhaps if
Tasking.
we could do that if we fail tonight. Maybe the next day, or if we are unable to do it, we can fall back to it.
If we're going to
Right.
do it, we have to do it. It will take considerable time to build something like that.
We have a few days at least.
It will take considerable time to build something like that. I don't know about you, but I don't see any planked boards of wood out here. All I see are trees. And a 20-foot by 20-foot meteor. So unless you're going to be lifting trees, it will take considerable time. Unless you would like to go try to hire some of your people to come turn the trees into buildable wood.
It's a lumber town.
Yeah, but it is what the town does. So, I mean,
Yeah, I have no doubt that we can just buy.
But then we have to transport it through the woods.
If it's small enough to fit in the bag, we can fit an entire town's worth of lumber in the bag.
I mean, yeah, one board at a time.
Yeah. But
Well, then you just have to turn it inside out.
The
Yeah,
board, your bag. No, your bag has a size limit. You wouldn't be able to fit that many boards of wood in the bag.
Also has a size limit. Contrary to
Like,
what
you can't
every
just
D&D
throw,
campaign tells
like,
you.
a semi's truck worth of 20-foot 2x10s in the bag. It just wouldn't fit. As someone who just ordered a semi trucks full of lumber.
This guy has experience, all right?
A 20-foot board is a lot larger than a lot of people think.
Oh, it's huge.
Oh yeah, that's huge.
That's massive.
I just spent 3 weeks building with 20-foot boards.
In case anyone wasn't sure, that's the limitations on a bag of holding.
20-foot boards. Oh wait, did you actually post something? Oh, okay.
Actually, the limit's 19 foot boards. Unfortunately.
Yeah, 500 pounds, not exceeding 64 cubic feet. Yeah, no, that's not a whole lot of lumber.
Yeah, again, contrary to what every other D&D campaign has ever tried to tell you, bag of holdings are not infinite storage pods. It just ain't how that be.
Now, for normal items, that is almost infinite.
Yeah,
500
yeah.
pounds and 64 cubic feet of like healing potions and gold is a lot.
Yeah.
Is a ton. But
To build a house?
building
Not so much.
materials,
Yeah.
that's not as much.
Nope. That's when you just get a wizard at that point.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's literally what the spell fabricates for.
Mm-hmm.
Kenneth
Sure.
thinks I'm gonna roll. What do I add anything for this roll?
I don't know what it is. You're the one rolling it.
I'm rolling a d20 for probability of build. All right. So what should I add? I should add nature.
Yeah, I would say an intelligence check. Unless you're specifically proficient in like carpenter's tools.
I'm proficient in not carpentry. Wait, am I? 1 second. Let me check. No.
It'd be
No,
very
just-
vital right now.
just my wilderness tools, which involves cutting trees down and using them to build, but not milling lumber. So,
Mhm.
my nature's a 5. That's a 17. I mean, that would take a couple days.
What we have?
Yeah, but do you
So
feel
she
like
says it
spending
is-
all that
it's
time out
doable.
there?
It's doable. Filling it with water is also relatively easy, and freezing it is
Given
extremely
preparation.
easy.
Druids are good at that.
All of that is extremely easy, except for building this giant bowl you propose.
Why not use dirt?
Dig it. Yeah, just dig it instead.
Dig a hole. Well, no, because the ground is frozen. Damn it.
That's even better.
Kenna
Even
also looks
better.
around, and I assume I am still the only one digging.
When you put it like that, probably.
Well, we all dug to hollow out the staircase.
And I'm out of character, just giving y'all shit.
I was about to say, the only reason why we all didn't dig there was because it was physically too small.
Yeah, it was a small staircase that was winding. But either way, out of character, Kenna will say that it will take a couple days, but it is easily doable. Either digging and making a dirt berm, or which honestly would actually be easier to make a bowl of than moving trees.
Yeah, probably.
The only idea that trees came up is that the meteor crushed a bunch of large trees on its way down. So it's not like we have to chop them up and chop them down. They're already on the ground. We just have to move them.
To be fair, what we also could do is, if we have a little bit of extra time, is create a covering for it to save as much temperature as we can.
And I really want to emphasize something real quick, because we're officially past the 4-hour mark, so these are like winding down thoughts. I just want to make a really important point. I feel like you guys by this juncture, almost 25 sessions in, by the way, almost congratulations, almost. That you guys have as much time in character as you deem it important or necessary to have. Because as much as you might like for me to drive a narrative down your throat, which I could do if you wanted this to be more like a television show, I am absolutely capable of it, and sometimes I do it occasionally. But you guys have as much time as you deem it necessary. But things elsewhere are going to continue rolling anyway. So if you want to spend 4 weeks harvesting this material and then finding a person to make it into things so you can dress pretty, the rest of the world might have burned down by then, but you could do it.
Yeah, that's why we don't think we have that much time.
Yeah, I was being over dramatic. You guys
we have
probably
plenty
have
of
some
time. We can't save the world.
Can't
How
afford
would that
the
actually-
apocalypse if you ain't cute.
To be fair,
No, someone's gonna lead wolves, I guess, apparently.
Give it
This
time.
is what.
he doesn't know about that.
All right, can we finish up the session before we do out of character talk?
Yeah.
I am hungry. I'm really legitimately. I have not eaten today, and I've already
Dang.
driven 8 hours.
Yes.
So Kenna would say, well, Lars and Nikolai, if that plan might work, then whatever route we have to take to make it so, I'm willing to do. She pauses and then kind of looks to Gwen, kind of glances at Gwen and looks to Nikolai. But last night, I should let you know, and she kind of puts her hand up to her face, like, oh no, how do I tell the people what I've done?
Because now it's
She,
way more
kinda
relevant.
just does this to her cheek and goes, so Calabash, and looks at the whole party, looks at Edelweiss, Lars, Nikolai, Gwen. If you all remember the demigod lichen that was mentioned,
Aw.
is on his way up here. I contacted him.
Oh,
Audible blink.
he's not the only lichen on his way.
Audible blink.
Is this related?
He's on his way to destroy the blood crystal by the water. I have made a deal with him.
What is the deal?
It is of no concern right now.
If it's a concern for us later, I think it's good
It
to
is
know.
of no concern to anybody but myself for later.
I want to insight check that.
I also want to insight check that.
Well,
Go ahead.
everyone's gonna insight check it.
Roll him.
Pop.
5.
21.
Oh, damn!
Yeah, 21, 13,
And 5.
and not lying. It is of no concern to anyone but her.
I see. It's it.
Wait,
Well-
11.
How am I?
I don't know.
against
Gwen
insight?
feels something fishy going on. Actually, it was low enough to think the opposite route. She's definitely lying.
I smell horseshit.
No. She will state. Kenna goes. So everyone was coming out with things that they wanted to spill to everybody else, and I frankly just can't stand doing that. But I will inform y'all in case you interact with him. Calabash is the soul of, I guess, what you would call a demigod of beings, a lichen. The body that the soul inhabits is not Calabash. It is a reoccurring life over life spans. There is a druid circle to the north by an hour that belonged to the clan that had all the dwarfs in this fortress killed. Remember the bodies that we found?
Aye.
Calabash is the one who killed them all.
I see.
He is supposed, well, after a brief but ever long feeling conversation with him, seems that he was imprisoned by druids of old. And when he was summoned to this area, his duty was to protect it, and that's, you don't need to know the rest. But Tala had warned me that the people reincarnated as Calabash can choose to fight their calling or accept it. This one has chosen to fight it. That's why he is left. He does not want any part of what his purpose is. But I made a deal with him for him to come back and protect this land by killing that crystal and destroying it.
What happens when he fights it?
Hopefully he destroys it.
No, fights his nature.
Behavioral problems occur.
And you're saying he does not want assistance, or he
Oh, he did not want to do this. He was very adamant that the reason he was leaving this area was to get away from the crystal. He has no interest in being Calabash. His original form is a wood elf and a wildling. Out of character, DM. Wildling meaning lichen?
No,
Or
not necessarily.
another meaning for wildling?
You know what? Roll me a religion check.
Would I know?
Would I know? Probably not.
I'll take one from Kenna and one from Gwen, given you two are the closest.
No.
A religion.
Religion.
Do I have a plus? I do have a +2. Okay.
I mean, you got a +2 to basically everything but that charisma score.
I know, right?
Was that a high laugh or a low laugh, Owl?
5.
18.
There we go.
4 plus 1.
Funnily enough, I can't provide any context to either of you.
I don't even get dubious knowledge.
No, you definitely don't make things up because you rolled low. No.
No. Yeah, I got a 16 +2. I got an 18.
I will give you a little clarification though, Kenna, which is the way he spoke of himself and the wildling.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were two separate entities.
Mm-hmm. I'm feeling that Calabash is the wildling who got chained to this man. As in the man being the wood elf and Calabash being the wildling, and neither of them want this.
That's a fair assumption.
Neither side of this person wants what they're stuck with. I was just curious to know if Kenna had heard lichens being referred to wildlings or not.
In your experience and in Gwen's experience, no.
Okay. Because otherwise she now has... God, why? Mother Lord.
Amen.
Yeah. But Kenna will conclude with, he is doing this because of a plea I made for him. And we will have to warn your town, Nikolai. Because once he does his part of the deal, protecting this fortress, of course, from it, I will be igniting this part of the forest. And we'll leave it to burn.
I
should have
see.
expected that.
What was that, Nikolai?
So,
I should have expected that.
the previous incarnation is the one that killed the dwarves here.
How long is it gonna take this guy to get here to take out the blood crystal?
He's on his way from the south. I did not ask a specific distance. So I will spend some time each day to try to keep a track of where he will be. And I may have to return to that druid circle if he is heading towards there. I did tell him I would be there. I didn't know how fast he ran.
Druid circle?
Yes.
You don't think it'll be hard for him to find you, even if you're not there?
Yeah, I know, but I'm just...
Should I go pee on some more trees?
Absolutely not.
I think he knows you guys like to stay in the fortress.
Yes.
Don't need to add more fuel to the fire because it's already in the light.
So I figured it would be just... I feel like it would have been nice for y'all to know this beforehand. Instead of, hey, surprise.
Not
It's fair. It's fair.
our general tend of not knowing things has only led us into trouble, so it's much
Well-
appreciated, although much to swallow.
Thanks for breaking the ice on that one, Kina. The beasts have greater designs for this crystal. Particularly, they're organizing a hunt to put it down. So we won't be alone.
Oh, we're not going to the one on the river.
No, we're not.
No. And I don't plan on chasing after this crystal physically after this one.
Fun.
Wait, what were you going to say? You were saying something, Glenn.
They're organizing a hunt.
Are they one and the same?
Can
Calabash.
I roll for knowledge on the beasts, being that I
Are
know
there
about them?
two different
Religion.
forces?
Can't tell you Calabash is tied to the beasts. Only my
15
own.
total.
Me.
Again, you know they're plague bringers. They're animalistic, and they tend to be very selfish in their own choices. And the fact that the pack is constantly infighting, kind of like a group of siblings would.
Mm-hmm. Would I have the knowledge of that DM note that you have about them being sparsely, followed by lichens and druids and doctors,
Well, like,
or healers, I guess. In her
yeah,
sense.
that's hard to say because like they are more widely acknowledged in druid clans than they are in normal society.
Yeah.
So I mean, you've probably skirted enough civilization to realize that they have very little influence. So it's a reasonable leap for you to be able to make.
Either way, I'm beginning to realize that my arrival in the area and placement in the group is no coincidence. Funny thing.
So, we have many things going to happen.
I hope you're comfortable with the smell of wet dog.
Kenner's going to pause. Have done a entire night worth of meditation and reflection to be able to ask this, which is, we are spending time here to wait for the Shalseer, I'm assuming, and now we're going to do this meteorite now that we have an idea of how to finish it. And then my understanding is that we go and help
Wait.
Lars.
Quickly, so Calabash killed the dwarves here.
Yes, but
And he-
otherwise,
Protects.
he doesn't protect anything right now.
But did he do that? When did he do that? Was it to protect the forest? And so
I don't
this-
have the info. I don't know. Otherwise, I don't know.
I know,
Okay. I don't know.
I
I
mean,
talked to him. All I know is what he told me and what I was told by Keeper Tala.
it's just a consideration of the dragon. Could have something to do with the dragon. And hoping that the Shalseer shall straighten things out and it's not more things we should worry about.
I am not worrying about the dragon. I want to know when we leave to help Lars.
Fair.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Well.
this is much.
No, it's fair. You should voice your concern. As for leaving, I mean, probably within the next, at most the next 2 weeks. If they do arrive quickly in the next 3 to 4 days, 3 to 5 days, I should say, and we deal with the dragon, and however that turns out, that's done quickly. I see no reason why, after checking in with the town, making sure that they know what we know, in terms of where they should and shouldn't tread, why we can't go help Lars.
Are we dealing with this dragon? And if so, then why did we ask for the Shalseer to come?
We going to help them with the dragon. Remember that its soul is locked away. And
I say we point it in its direction, and should it prove useful in dealing with this crystal, which is what we have many more people coming, at least one demigod and several other lichens coming.
Wait.
Deal with, then we use it. But
I'm
otherwise,
sorry.
we point the Shalseer at it, we wash our hands of it.
Wait,
Just-
didn't Kalina say the town was almost dangerous? I'm sorry, I think she said that. That the town was surrounded by, like, crystal, or at least congregating around that area.
The trees were infected, is what
Trees are
she said.
infected. The town sounds dangerous now.
Yeah,
Everything is dangerous.
yes, but we should talk to them.
There, in the distance, is where you hear the first echoing howls of wolves. And that's where we're going to end the session.
Hey.
Oh, rip that Tanzanite meteor.
Well,
That's our-
Kenna's still gonna go for it.
yeah.
Yeah. Just it already has happened. It already came.
Sorry, if I let you guys go on any longer, this was going to go even longer.
So my point was to try and figure out, like, the party needs to choose a direction. Having 4 spider webs is not beneficial.
We can
Yeah.
do that in the. We can do that in the heck.
Planning.
In
But
character conversations.
But it makes more sense to be done in voice and character. But
you think
having
so.
it outside of character is also fine. But there has to be some kind of, like, direction that the party chooses.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just worried that because we keep going around in circles and a lot of things are just piling up.
Yeah, so we have to just like throw some of them to the side and just forget about them.
That's correct.
Let's continue this conversation when the stream ends.
Well, like I said, going back to my earlier conversation about you guys can choose to do anything, but when you do that thing, other things are going to keep happening around you. Kyle's driving the right point home, which is if you don't pick something and actually pursue it, you're going to only get little increments of progress on everything versus actually making progress down one particular road more. And you can do that, but you'll drag your heels and like, I feel like just a tiny sense from Kyle, a little frustration about not actually going anywhere or doing much.
Oh, I know that. I mean that if stream going on, we should discuss that after.
I know, stream is going on, but I also like to make points about how these games are kind of run, so I'm okay with people hearing us talk about this.
Okay.
But that
Just
being
in
said,
case.
I mean, we'll wrap up now anyway, because that's what we're doing, so that way we can have a quick conversation about things before people decide to run off for food. So anyway, that's the end of the session for today. Next week is going to continue to be interesting. There are a lot of things that are kind of finally boiling up to a significant point, and are going to all sort of start falling apart all at once, or coming together, depending on how you want to look at it. Especially with a 100, and then the 20 to convince a very, very, very unhappy demigod to come back and deal with a problem he didn't want to deal with. Things are going to go in a direction I wasn't even anticipating. So here we are. But that's why this is
gave you a heads up.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was really helpful. It helped me get at least more into his head space. But man, it went too well, you know?
Too well.
Too well.
But yeah, so next week, we're going to see real quick, everyone's good next week, right? I'm just...
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Schedules are getting weird sometimes, so I'm just double checking. All right, next week, we're going to find out how a lot of these things shake out, and that'll be really exciting. And that was a really nice car I just drove by the front of my house. Anyway, we will see you all next week. And oh, please, for the love of all things that are holy, for us, and if nothing else, please stay frosty.